Good evening, everybody. Good evening, actually, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depends on the part of the world that you are. I am Tiago Godoy, and I'm going to be your host for this evening for our first Global Flange Prolene Summit here in 2025, talking about the flange technique. The flange Prolene technique actually was first published in 2017 by Dr. Sergio Canabrava and has since become widely popular across the world, right? So, enabling many surgeons to describe variations of this technique. The idea behind this summit here is to precisely to establish the best practices for the use of the technique. 1 month after this event here, we'll also release to you guys a consensus of what experts recommended on this matter. All right, so everyone registered here for this event will receive it on your respected emails. All right. So I'd like to call to the stage here my good friend, Dr. Sergio Canabrava, to say a few words for you guys and also thank the speakers here, Dr. Kathy McCabe, Dr. Durval Carvalho, Dr. Ehuracia, Dr. Michael Lemon, Dr. Morgan Micheletti, Dr. Oliver Findel, Dr. Ollie Mahler, sorry, and Dr. Priya Narang, who also were kind enough to send their thoughts to us for the summit. I will present here for you guys. Okay, so with a word from Dr. Sergio. Hi, Dr. Sergio. How are you today?
Hello, Thiago. Everything okay?
Good, good.
Everything is ready to do this amazing Flanged Prolene Summit. The idea is to put together the more specialists in the technique in the world to show the audience the best practice of the technique. This event will be available for 24 hours, Thiago, and it's everybody that's registering the event, about 1,000 colleagues from many countries, we can watch the event.
Okay, good. So I'd like also to call out our good friends here, Dr. Marcus, Dr. Oscar, Dr. Lucas, who are also part of this event. They helped the all the team here to put this event together. Thank you for you guys. I want to know if you're available here, and also if you guys like to say a few words before we get going.
I start? Hello,
Yeah,
nice
go
to
ahead.
meet you. Nice to see you all. I'm Markus Schranz from Vienna, from the Medical University of Vienna, and I'm very happy to be part of this year's Global Flange Prolene Summit. So I'm looking forward for the next 2 hours. It's going to be really interesting, I can promise you.
Good.
Hello, guys. I hope this summit will be interesting for you as well as Marcus do. And I hope you will learn new things, how to do it safe, and how to do it in appropriate ways. So can't wait these 2 hours.
Hi guys, I'm Oscar Cervantes from Mexico, and as Marcus and Lucas said, we are ready to have a really interesting meeting. So let's go.
Okay. Thank you, doctors, and thank you for being here today as well. So our first act of the day, our first thing that we're going to show you guys, it's a video from Dr. Bob Osher from the United States, one of the most respected cataract surgeons in the world, and the first one actually to help Dr. Sergio to promote the technique at major conferences. So if we could put up his video for this event, please.
Hello, my name is Bob Osher, and I'm an old cataract surgeon from Cincinnati, Ohio, in the United States. One advantage of practicing for nearly 50 years is I've seen so many wonderful innovations over my career. The evolution of intraocular lenses, improved phaco techniques, the introduction of OVDs, and wonderful techniques like Nagahara's phaco-chop, Gimbel's optic capture, and the Yamane intrascleral technique, just to name a few. And then there was the young Brazilian surgeon who shared a new idea with me in 2017, a concept so innovative that it would change ophthalmic surgery. Of course, that young ophthalmologist was Dr. Sergio Canabrava, and the idea was the flanged Prolene technique. As editor of the Video Journal of Cataract, Refractive, and Glaucoma Surgery, I seized the opportunity to feature Dr. Canabrava and a group of other surgeons who were using this technique for not only intraocular lens fixation, but for so many other creative applications, such as the repair of azonular dialysis or iris reconstruction. Ophthalmology salutes this young Brazilian surgeon, and I'm confident that more and more surgeons will learn and benefit from his brilliant technique.
Thanks, Osher, for the video. Thiago, let's start the event with the basic principles. If our colleague from the production of basic principles.
With Marcus, if you're up, basic principles is with you.
Hello, perfect, ready to go. So I'm very happy to be your co-moderator and one of those speakers for this module. In this session, experts from around the world will share their experience with you and insights on how to perform the Prolene flange technique. They will provide tips and tricks and try to help you to improve your outcomes and performance when using this technique. After all, the devil is in the details, as we say. So, however, before we start, I will give you a short presentation on how it all started, and I give you a short overview of about the history of the 4-flange technique. So, I will share my screen and start my presentation.
Marcos, while you share your screen, people, if you want to send a message from where you are, which country you are, watch us, message us on YouTube. It's a pleasure. For example, Silvia Elizabeth, good morning from Mexico. It's a pleasure to receive everybody here. Marcos, your lecture is done?
I'm ready to go, yes.
Go ahead.
I should start now. It should start now, actually. Actually, it should start.
Eric, you're Marcos' lecture?
Actually, it should start. Just give me a second. I'm very sorry for that, guys.
No problem. Folks, we prepared 10 models that
Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yes, ready. I don't know.
Let's go.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, clear, and the
Perfect.
sound is perfect.
And nice. Okay, perfect. So when did it all start? We know that scleral fixation started in the 90s with Malbrain showing his first approaches to eyes with aphakia or insufficient zonular support. Back then, he used 10O Prolene to fixate a PMMA lens to the sclera. This technique was pretty complicated and it was associated to higher intraoperative risk and complications. So it was modified by Lewis back in 1991 then, where the suture was passed from external. So, however, we know today that all those fixations using 10O or even 9O Prolene are very prone to suture breakage over the long term. So after like 10 to 15 years, we see many patients where the 10O Prolene suture broke and the lens was dislocated once again. So back then in 2007, Gabor Chariot from Germany published his first paper where he fixated a 3-piece foldable IOL PMMA with PMMA haptics to the sclera. He only did like 2 peritomies. He made 2 scleral tunnels and sclerotomies and externalized the 3-piece haptic IOL haptics out of these sclerotomies and put the end of the haptics into those tunnels. And this fixation technique is a little bit difficult from a manually point, but is really stable over a very long term. In 2017, Shin Yamane from Japan came to the nice idea that he did not make those sclerotomies and those tunnels where he had to put in the haptics. He just formed a direct approach. He used a needle to perforate the sclera while forming a short tunnel, and then externalized the PMMA haptics of a 3-piece foldable IOL right away. And to secure the haptic from going back into the eye or from slipping back into the eye, he used a thermocautery to perform a little bulb to induce a little what is called flange later on. And this flange secures the haptic from slipping back in. And there are multiple 3-piece IOLs you can use for this technique. And now the nice thing came, or even an evolution of this technique or a wider approach. Sergio Canabrava, our host, presented his double flange haptic and technique using a capsular tension ring, where he took the haptic from a 3-piece IOL and used it to fixate a capsular tension ring of an eye in an eye with reduced sonular support on one side. And this short haptic was used, like you can see here on this mock image, to secure the capsular tension segment. I think this is one of the videos. I hope it's fine and not cracking. You can see here Sergio trying to externalize that little PMMA haptic. Of course, if you have to do a flange on both sides, this PMMA haptic gets really short and it gets very difficult. You can see it here once again to externalize that haptic. So he came to the great idea, why not use something longer? Why not use something available in most places? For example, 5-O Prolene or polypropylene. And with the 5-O Prolene, he made his first tests, of course, in a lab situation. And you can see here that the flanges are really nice. They form like a small little mushroom, and they are also they have a high strength. So you can really pull on them. And he published his work at the ESCRS annual meeting, the double flange technique using Prolene. And this was one of the first videos, Sergio, I guess, from you. And yeah, and then he published multiple different approaches of the same technique, starting with using 5-O Prolene, not only in CTS, but using this Lewis Malbrain approach, using a PMMA lens, a non-foldable lens, where 2 flanges are made per side to fixate the lens. This was in March 2019. In October 2019, that's what I like most from my point of view, is the 4-flanged technique with 5-O Prolene using an closed loop haptic IOL, like the ESCRS IOL, like here. And since then, multiple new techniques came on the market. You will see a lot of those videos, a lot of those techniques during today's summit. And just to show you again, we have in 1997, I didn't say that, Maggi published a paper where he had a special designed lens for intrascleral haptic fixation. But those 2 techniques together, the Yamane flanging style together with the Maggi lens, was the beginning of all those flange techniques, which Sergio Canabrava presented first and what he's famous for. And now we have the early techniques where CTS fixation was a topic. We have now those foldable IOL techniques where some IOLs can be pierced or punched. We have belt loop techniques where the Prolene suture is used to fixate just the haptic of an IOL without punching it. We have the corneal flange techniques where the flange is stored not in the sclera or above the sclera, but in the cornea. And we have also techniques for several very, very complicated surgeries who became much easier, much more reproducible since we have these techniques, such as artificial iris fixation or iridodialysis repair or correcting optic capture. In 2020, the double flange polypropylene suture for scleral fixation of a Zioni capsule tension ring was published. Also, Ehud Asya from Israel, he published a lot on this topic where he used this Prolene flange technique for several occasions and several difficult approaches in different pathologies. Wang Zhuwang published a paper on the fixation of technique in toric and multifocal IOLs. Kathy Maccabee, who we also will hear today, published a paper on the belt loop technique. Altan Ochan published a paper on how to sclerally fixate the so-called Reaper iris IOL complex with the Canabrava technique. Oliver Findel published in 2024 a paper on how to obtain the best flanges with different suture material. My boss, Claudetta Bela-Formanek, and myself, we published a paper on the refractive outcome and lens power calculation, and also on tilt in scleral IOL fixation using the 4-flange Prolene technique. Professor Amon from Vienna published in 2025 a paper on combined artificial iris and intraocular lens double-flange scleral fixation in a patient with aniridia and aphakia. So we see a lot of papers were published the last years, a lot on this topic, and I think we will see most of them today in person. Yeah, last but not least, a very recent paper where cyclopexy is done using also this double or flange Prolene approach. So the rest, what we will see is still ongoing history. I think we will see a lot of more new things. And I thank you very much for your attention in this first short preview.
Marcos, thanks. Now let's go to open the basic principles of the flanged Prolene. Eric, if you can share my screen, please. Let the, oh, not only my screen. Let's go. 1 minute. Let me check if everything is okay. 1 minute, Eric. Now it's perfect. Go ahead. So, folks, in this model, we will discuss Prolene size and needle lumen, scleral tunnel, how to bury the flanged, tips to thread the Prolene, attaining optical flange size with 50 and 60 polypropylene, and the scleral flanged classification. It is the basic principles of the technique that each colleague that starts in the technique needs to understand. About the Prolene size, of course, you can find different needles in your country, but the original needles that we publish and that is more used is 50. You can use a simple 27 gauge insulin needle, and 60 you can use any 30 gauge ultra thin wall needle like a TSK. Okay, and this is important. Test the size of the Prolene inside the lumen of the needle behind to go inside the eye of the patient. Okay. Number 2, long scleral tunnel. Okay, is really important to create a scleral tunnel about 1.5 to 2 millimeter. You can go parallel. I suggest parallel. I have more tests with parallel, but during this consensus, I saw some colleagues that went with the tunnel in perpendicular, but you need to create a perpendicular long tunnel with 1.5 to 2 millimeter to bury the flange inside the sclera. Never go directly in the sclera. You need to create a tunnel, parallel or perpendicular, okay? So the first lecture that you show is from Dr. Eric. If you can't send me, put me out of the screen.
Hello, I am María Victoria de Rojas Silva from Spain. I work at Complex Hospitalario Universitario A Coruña, and I'm going to present about the tips to thread the scissor Prolene suture into the nesting needle. First of all, I would like to thanks to Sergio Canabrava for inviting me to present in this meeting, and I would like to congratulate him for the brilliant idea he had about the development of the technique of flange fixation without sutures that we are applying to a variety of scenarios, and we have been using from 2020 now. So we all know that the flange fixation requires the creation of flange at the ends of this or 5 or Prolene sutures, but these sutures must be threaded into the barrel of a nesting needle in order to externalize them before creating the flange. So it may seem a silly thing to insert a suture into the needle. That is the topic of my presentation, but I think that every single step of the technique is of great importance for the success of the final success of the technique. From the markings, the IOL insertion, the insertion of the needle, the threading of the sutures, the creation of flanges of a given diameter in order to be able to vary them perfectly into the sclera without the internalization. So every single step of the technique that must be performed in a very strict way in order to have success. It is a really incredible technique with a sutureless, adjustable, minimally invasive procedure that avoid the manipulation of the sclera and conjunctiva, and provides us 4 fixation points that give us the opportunity of fine-tuning of the centration with minimal tilt. So regarding the topic of my talk, that is the threading of the suture into the needle, I would like to highlight the use of the 30 gauge ultra-thin wall needle together with a scissor Prolene suture. Why? Because it is a perfect match. The ultra-thin wall needle has an internal diameter of 0.2 millimeters, while the conventional one has only 0.14. And the scissor Prolene suture, the diameter, the external diameter is 0.10. So we are seeing in this video how the 20 gauge needle is not required. There is a lot of spare space there. The 30 gauge ultra-thin wall needle provides an easy insertion and easy sliding of the suture inside. But the conventional one, that is the last one we are seeing in a moment, it is very, very narrow, and sometimes it's difficult to thread the suture inside. So the second point is the location of paracentesis in relation to the pulse of the needle insertion. The location matters. If we have a location that is 180 degrees apart from the needle insertion, we will have a direct access without any angle into the barrel into the lumen of the needle, and that will facilitate the insertion. However, sometimes with specific procedures like the iris prosthesis fixation and others, we may have to use, like we are seeing here, 23 coaxial forces when we have an angle within the direction of the suture and the direction of the needle. So that kind of forces can be of help for some specific cases, as we are seeing in this case. The third point is that if we have the Prolene suture inserted into the paracentesis before the needle insertion, as we see here, that facilitates the maneuver because we don't have to be thinking on where the suture is when we already have inserted the needle on the other side. So we are seeing here a case, and you see how when I insert the needle, I already have the suture there. We help us with the Sinskey hood to insert the needle through the eyelet, and I already have the suture inserted into the opposite paracentesis for helping me and don't be looking for where the suture will be there. The suture, I know that is already there. And the fourth point is that we have to handle the suture very carefully in order to avoid the flattening of the propylene suture by excessive forces pressure, because those flattenings may interfere with the sliding of the suture into the barrel of the needle when we insert them. So we don't have to press a lot. And also, I would advise to use a straight end point instead of a curve one. That will facilitate the direction of the insertion. And also, it is very difficult to handle the suture far from the end. So I would advise to advance the needle as close as possible to the paracentesis in order to hold the suture near the end. That will be much easier. And we are seeing here what I call the S sign that tell us that the suture have already reached the end of the barrel of the needle. And at that moment, we will be able to withdraw the needle, not before. And that is, we see the S sign and we remove the needle, not before. And finally, I would advise to keep on pushing the suture into the barrel of the needle while we are withdrawing the needle from the eye, in order to avoid this, that is the losing the suture into the anterior chamber, because sometimes the suture finds some resistance to for sliding through the paracentesis. And that is all what I wanted to tell you, and thank you very much for your attention. And again, thank you so much to Sergio Canabrava for inviting me.
Amazing lecture from Dr. Victoria Rojas. So here you can see Marcos. Can you put Marcos? Marcos, amazing lecture that Victoria showed us. Amazing tips to insert the Prolene in the needle, right?
Yes, very nice. So I think it's very important what she told at the end, where when you can see when you insert the Prolene and you have this like S configuration, you know that the tip of the Prolene is somewhere stuck. I mean, I think it always depends how much you bend the needle. If you go 90% or 90 degree, of course the Prolene can't extend more. If you don't bend it so hard, you can almost put the Prolene into the syringe on the other side, and then you know for sure that you're already outside the eye again. I have a question for you. Do you always test before in each case if the Prolene fits into the needle?
Yes, I always test, Marcos, because sometimes the lumen of the needle is not the same. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the needle can with a different size of lumen. And so if you try to insert when the needle is inside the eye, you need to remove the needle to paste it again, because I always test before.
And do you take care how you cut the Prolene? Do you try to make it like in a certain angle, or do you cut it 90 degrees to the Prolene?
I like to cut in angle as Dr. Victoria showed us.
Okay, perfect. So I think these are good tips for everyone.
Yes. So, folks who are with us in the YouTube, please, you can send us questions, and you discuss the question at the end of each module. So, Marcio, can you introduce the next paper, the next speaker, this amazing paper from Dr. Oliver Findel?
Yes, it's a great pleasure to announce Professor Oliver Findel, the former ESCRS president. He's also from Vienna. He has multiple publications in top journals around the world, and will give us a presentation on how to attain the optimal flange size using 5.0 and 6.0 propylene. And this is also published in a paper in the ESCRS journal. So everyone who's interested, of course, can Google it and read it. And yeah, let's have a look on his presentation.
The flanged, it will be perfect to insert inside the tunnel. Let's see.
Yeah, so hello everybody. Calling in from Vienna, Austria. Great to be part of this summit. And thank you very much for the invitation. And I think we'll get started. And it's really about the suture flanges, which I want to talk about. And this is research we've done in Vienna. And this is actually the journal, the article in JCRS, which we published a few years ago on 5.0 and 6.0 Prolene sutures for scleral fixation. And what we did is we sort of had two criteria for an optimal flange, if you want. It should be obviously big enough not to slip through the tunnel, but also small enough that you can bury it in the sclera so that you prevent eroding of the conjunctiva, for example. We looked at 5.0 and 6.0 Prolene sutures, in this case from Ethicon J&J. And my understanding is that the other Prolene sutures from other companies are very similar. Heating, we use a quarter by BVI. And we did it in several ways. One's holding a forceps close to the end of the intended heating length, and I'll show you that in a second, 0.5 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, and so forth, and then doing the heating, which means the heating will stop the flange at the forceps, but also without forceps, just sort of having it loose and just using the quarter that way. And then also we squeezed the sutures with the forceps and then did the heating just to see what that effect would be. Because sometimes we hold the sutures quite tight with our forceps and we actually may squeeze it and it doesn't have any impact. And we did the analysis of the flange shape as well as size, all the measurements using a microscope, an optical upright microscope using interference contrast. So here you can see the actual results. On the left, the 5.0 Prolene, and on the right, the 6.0 Prolene. And you can always see without forceps and with forceps. And what you can see is without and with forceps actually look very similar size, very similar configuration of these flanges for both 5.0 and 6.0 Prolene. But what you can also see is that if we only have a 0.5 millimeter of heating, that causes obviously a small flange. And if you have, for example, as the extreme 3 millimeters, so a much longer distance, you will have a pretty huge flange. And also it changes shape slightly. At the beginning, it's sort of more mushroom shape from up to 2 millimeters. And then you can see it changes size or shape slightly in the 5.0 Prolene for 3 millimeters and a 6.0 Prolene maybe even a little earlier. So we see that whether you hold with the forceps or not actually makes no difference. And you can see that the flange will get larger the more you melt, which sort of makes sense. The more you heat, the more of the flange, the material stays there. It doesn't evaporate, or at least not to any certain extent. Here you can see with prolonged or strong forceps pressure, you can obviously really change the shape of that Prolene suture. But then when you do the heating, you actually end up with a very, very similar flange as whether you did not induce that kind of force. So that's good to know to start with. So here probably the most important, the actual numbers. And what you can see is on the x-axis, the heating length, whether held with a forceps or not, doesn't make any difference. We've said that. And then you can see in blue the line for the 5.0 Prolene and in orange slash the 6.0 Prolene. And what you can also see are two lines of, let me say, reference of 300 microns diameter, which is essentially would be a 30 gauge needle, a typical 30 gauge needle, and then 400 microns, which would be a 27 gauge needle, which we obviously use as well. And what you can see here is that obviously starting at 0 is the actual thickness of the Prolene suture to start with, and then we have the flanges, and obviously they increase in size with time, and it's quite obvious that you'll need a slightly different flange, for example, for a 6.0 Prolene, in order, if you were to use it with a 27 gauge needle, for example, which I wouldn't recommend, but if you would, you'd have to do at least a 2 millimeter, maybe even a little more heating. But of course, with a 30 gauge needle with 300 microns, you can actually essentially 1 millimeter will be sufficient. So what you really want is a flange which is not too large, because if you have a very large flange, and this can happen, this is a publication of a case a while ago, and what you can see is that flange then protruded and obviously caused endophthalmitis. So that's really what we want to avoid. Just to show you, I mean, this is now just obviously a study with haptic flanges, so a little different, but just comparing 27 gauge and 30 gauge needles with those haptics. And these are aphakic diabetic patients. And what you can see is that at the bottom in the red box, you can see that with the 30 gauge needles, when they use those for externalizing the haptics, they had essentially no real severe complications. But with a 27 gauge, they had some haptic extrusions. They had dropped IOLs, and also some TAS or toxic anterior segment syndrome / maybe even endophthalmitis. So really, from that publication becomes quite clear that ideally you should use the smallest needle size possible. So let's have a look at needle size, because that's another issue. So we looked at needle sizes, and obviously what we're looking for, especially for 30 gauge needles, are thin walled needles, because you really need to get that Prolene suture into the opening, and you don't want to fiddle too much in the eye. And what you can see here is the needle wall thickness, of course, is critical. So ideally you want a very thin wall, which means you will have a larger inner diameter, which will make life easier. So we looked at that for different manufacturers, and what you can see is not only the difference between manufacturers, but even within one manufacturer of the same needle, but different lots, different charges, you can see some significant variation. The reason probably being that these needles are made, in millions of pieces for, of course, dermatology, for all kinds of issues, and also for ophthalmology, but not really being the aim for what we're talking about. So that means the size of the inner bore is not so critical, or the thickness of the wall. You can see the outer diameter. Even there you can see some differences. They are not huge, but again, the variability between needles is clear, but we're at about a little more than 300 microns in all cases. And here you can see the inner needle diameter, which is the one which is important to be able to get in your suture easily without too much of a resistance. And you can see there's quite a few differences between the different ones. And ideally what you want is a needle with a thin outer diameter, but a large inner diameter, meaning a thin wall, and that as constant as possible. So going back to this diagram which we had before, so here you can again see, obviously needle will play a role. So if we're going to use a 6-0 Prolene, we're definitely going to try to go for a 30 gauge needle, and obviously you want to go for thin walled needle with a smaller outer diameter if possible. So this here is just a table we added where we looked at different publications which looked at fixation with Prolene sutures. You can see with 6-0 or 5-0, and then with different needles used. And this is what we would say is the optimal heating length to really give you a good hold so that it doesn't slip through, but on the other hand, the flange doesn't get too large so that you can really bury it, or at least have it, flush with the scleral surface. So this is just something, obviously you can also see by looking at the data itself, but this is something we would recommend. So to conclude, flange size in Prolene sutures depends on the heating length, and it was independent of forceps grip during heating. So that's good to know. But of course, usually we hold the suture when we do the heating. So good to know that you ideally keep that distance. And for the optimal flange for Prolene sutures, for the 30 gauge needles, we would use 1 millimeter heating of a 6-0 Prolene suture. And for 27 gauge needles, if you're going to use 6-0 Prolene, we would use 2 millimeters, but with a 5-0 Prolene, 1 millimeter would sufficient. So that's really what our results would show. So just to finalize, to summarize, I think this is some important data. Obviously, as you know, the techniques are still developing and evolving. So who knows what will come? But I hope this helps you a little in understanding that you want to have a flange which is not too large, but also not too small, and really trying to have the ideal perfect fit. And with that, thank you very much from Vienna, Austria, and all the best to you all.
Marcos, I think this Dr. Oliver paper helped us a lot to create this optimal flanging, right?
Yes, I think so. I mean, it gives us a scientific background on, we have some data where we can relate to and say, okay, if we use that needle, our tunnel has 30 gauge, and that means we need to use at least 1 millimeter from 6-0 Prolene. So that at least those sizes fit together, and that the flange is big enough so that it doesn't slip into the eye again. I was wondering if different heats, like there are multiple thermocauteries available, high heat, low heat, if that also plays a role. What kind of cautery do you use? in your cases?
Marcus, I use low culture as was published in Yamani, and I cut between 1.2 to 1.5 millimeters the size of the flanged, and depends. And if necessary, I enlarge the tunnel with a needle that I will show today in the summit. I may show you some tips today.
Some tricks.
Yeah.
Okay, to bury the flange. Yeah, very nice.
Let's go invite Lucas. Lucas, are you ready to show us how to bury the flanged? Hello, Lucas.
Yes, I'm ready. Hi, Sergio.
Your sound is really clear, perfectly amazing today.
That means good internet connection. Yeah, so
let's go.
Yeah, so I think Dr. Oliver Spindle's last sentences were the very good introduction to my talk. And he mentioned that you have to make a flange that is not too small, but not too big. So today I will talk about burying the flanges, and first of all, why it is so critical and why it's important. So correct flange size reduces foreign body sensation for the patient. It also prevents late extrusion or conjunctival erosion. It also improves cosmetic outcome for patient and minimizes the risk of endophthalmitis. So here you can see the agenda of my slides. We will talk about flange place, which place is correct one for the flanges, which instruments you can use to bury the flange, and we will talk a little bit about scleral pockets. So I used the Sergio Canabrava article where he analyzed 5-year results. And in this article, there are several categories how we can categorize the flanges. So first of all, there is intrascleral on the surface of sclera and subtenon flange places. And these places, these first 3 places, categories are correct or optimal or suboptimal for flanges to be. Exposed flanges are those who are a little too big, or those who are not under the conjunctiva. Internalized flanges are those who, when the flange is too small and it can go inside in the eye. And conjunctival irritation is either the flange is too big or the flange is not buried inside the scleral tunnel. So here you can see intrascleral flanges. Those flanges are barely, it's hard to see them. And they are, if you don't see the flanges, but the lens stands okay, if the refraction is fine, and everything seems fine, so that's not a big problem. The flange is in the scleral tunnel and it's fine. On the surface of sclera, I like these flanges most because these are correct places for the flange, and it's fine for them, but you can see them and you feel a little bit safer when you see them. And subtenon flanges, those are flanges when they are on the tenon, under conjunctiva, so they are quite safe and there are no complications about that. And about the instruments, which instruments we can use. So you will see the videos on your right side and advantages and disadvantages on your left side. So 25 gauge cannula, it can be used for burying the flange. The cannula you can give strong force to push the flange inside the tunnel. And because the cannula has the lumen, it firmly adapts to the end of the cannula, the flange firmly adapts. But if the cannula slips from the flange, you can injure conjunctiva. Colibri forceps, it does not so firmly adapts to the flange side, but you can strongly push it to the corneal, to the scleral tunnel. And also it it has less chances to slip, but it can. So Colibri forceps and cannula is my favorite in my practice, because you can easily and strongly push the flange inside the scleral tunnel. 23 or 25 forceps, they are fine. The instrument is usually on the table when you are doing one or another fixation method, and maneuvers are quite delicate with this forceps, but you cannot push very strongly, very hardly flange to the tunnel. You can try, but sometimes you need to push once again with cannula or with Colibri forceps. Anatomical and tying forceps, they are also fine. You can push with them, but this instrument not always are used in the fixation, so you have to ask your scrub nurse additional instruments sometimes, but it works well, and it does not adapt quite well to the flange position. So extra tip, when you're not sure if the flange is under conjunctiva, you can do conjunctival injection to subconjunctival space to inject dexamethasone or balanced salt solution, whatever you want, to make sure that the flange is under conjunctiva. So talking about scleral pockets, so I find only one article. So this article compared two groups. They compared scleral pockets for the patients with or without scleral pockets, and they didn't find any difference between uncorrected and corrected visual acuity. They didn't find any difference between spherical equivalent, but obviously they find that flange was deeper in the sclera for those where scleral pockets was made. And so to conclude, if scleral pockets is necessary for flange fixations, so probably not. Because usually you do 2, 3, 4, or even more flanges, and you need to do several flanges in their one scleral pocket, or you have to make a lot of scleral pockets. So it's better to make quite long scleral tunnel and push flange inside the scleral tunnel under conjunctiva and under the tenon. So thank you all for first my talk, and you can ask anything you want in the YouTube, and that's all, Sergio.
Lucas, congratulations! You really did a good job, a good work, and you showed the audience how to bury the flange and how important it is to bury the flange. In the classification of the flange on the sclera is a really important point. Marcus, any comments any question to Lucas?
I have one question, because it happened once to me. Do you take some time when you made like the flange, when it's still hot? Do you wait a little bit until it's cooled down before you push it into? I had once a case where I think it was still too hot and it melted with the tenon, and then it was always stuck to the tenon, and I had to cut out the tenon afterwards. Have you ever witnessed something like that?
It's a good question, Marcus. Recently, I think about that. Okay, don't rush, because I wait a little bit when the Prolene gets the temperature lowers, and then only then I push. Maybe sometime I ask, or I by myself I water that and water the Prolene. But it depends also. Sometimes it depends on cautery you use. I have noticed that a high temperature cautery burns Prolene faster because the temperature obviously is higher. So sometimes you have maybe it's good to use low temperature cautery in these cases. Maybe it's a little bit safer.
Okay.
So Marcos, let's start your lecture about tilt in flanged.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay, so I guess you can see my presentation.
Yes, perfectly.
It's about tilt in flanged technique. So why is tilt important in any technique where you put a lens into the eye? We know from ray tracing that with increasing tilt, we increase astigmatism on the one hand. You can see here, this is a publication. This is one of the graphs. And you can see here, depending, of course, on the lens power, the more tilt, the more your astigmatism you get. In the middle, this is a figure I made from our existing data, where we analyzed also patients with flanged technique scleral fixated eye lenses. And you can see here in green, this is the inner astigmatism. We evaluated by using wavefront technology and wavefront imaging. And you can see here with increasing tilt on the x-axis, we induce more and more inner astigmatism. And from optical bench studies, we know that also with tilted lenses, we induce coma. And of course, we have a problem with coma because we can't correct coma with any glasses or contact lenses. So before we talk about tilt, we have to define what tilt is. And we know that there are multiple ways to image tilt or to calculate tilt and to report tilt. You can use Scheimpflug imaging for measuring the lens position relative to the cornea or to the iris. You can use anterior segment OCT and you can use UBM. And if you check PubMed for IOL tilt, you will find a lot of different methods how they calculate tilt. Some calculate the tilt for the tilt of the lens in relation to a straight line from scleral spur to scleral spur or to the center of the cornea. Some calculate tilt along the vertical and horizontal main axis and then add both tilts and bring some kind of arithmetic mean. But this, you have to always take care how is the tilt measured and how is it reported. What we did in one of our studies, or like in all of our studies, we are lucky we have this CASIA 2, no financial interest there, which is an anterior segment OCT, and it makes a lot of B scans, radial B scans through the lens. And then it interpolates all those scans and it gives you the maximum amount of tilt at its distinct axis. So you don't make any arithmetic mean, but it says to you, okay, you have 7.4 degree of tilt at the axis of 1 degree, for example. And you also get a mock image on the left side where it's simulated how that lens is. If you want to read more about that and how it's reported, you can check out our paper, which is here on the right. So what we found in our studies, we evaluated 28 patients and we found a mean tilt of 6.8 degrees, plus minus 2 degrees, ranging from 3 degrees to 12 degrees. And the direction of the tilt was always or mostly directing into the inferior temporal quadrant, meaning outside and down. And this is, if you want to compare it to in the back IOLs, you can see that in the back IOLs have also some tilt, which is usually around 5.3 degrees. So this is preliminary data. It's not published yet. It's a study we are right now doing. And we compared the Yamane technique and flanged technique there in a prospectively randomized way. And what you can see here is the blue line is the Yamane technique. The green line is the flanged. And you can see here that the flanged has some really, really good results. 5.75 degree of tilt compared to 8 degree in the Yamane technique. So this is something which is, of course, known that with the flanged technique, you can achieve better results considering tilt. But this, yeah, we're trying to show that from a scientific point of view. So, however, these results have to be interpreted. Yeah? We have to see them in a clinical context. So first of all, as I already mentioned, the majority of eyes show a tilt directing towards the inferior temporal quadrant. This is not only with IOLs, but this is also with crystalline lenses. And this is always in line. So it might be, I think it's very interesting that when we do the scleral fixation where we don't have any residual capsular bag left, that we also achieve this tilt into the directing towards the inferior temporal quadrant. I think it's just due to the anatomy of the eye, the cornea, the limbus, and the optical and visual axis. So concluding, we can say that the 4-flange technique leads to excellent reproducible results considering tilt. It's almost like if you implant the lens into the bag, which is really nice, and it gives you a lot of comfort, and you know that you will have a nice result if you make the marking right, if you make the tension on the sutures right. And we can say from all those data that absolute tilt values below 10 degrees are not a big problem. Yes, they just induce very, very small amounts of astigmatism and shouldn't make any problems to your patients. But you will reach much better results using the 4-flange technique. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marcos, I really enjoy. Oh, good morning, Beatriz McDonald from Guatemala. Welcome, Beatriz. Marcos, there is more messages, Eric, to send us to, yes, from Bosnia. Oh, great, great. Selma, from, any IOL recommendation? Tilt. I think this question is for you, Marcos.
Okay, so we conducted our study using the Physiol micropure lens. I don't have any different data. We have a different lens as well. It's the Soleco-Fil 611. We use it for toric eyes, for toric lenses. I think it doesn't matter really which IOL you take, as long as the marking on the sclera, on the conjunctiva is correctly, the sutures are threaded correctly, and the tension is the same. I think you get pretty good results independently of which IOL. I think you also used the ESCRS in the beginning. What was your feeling with it?
Yes, Marcos. I use it in the beginnings because in the beginnings, Brazil, there is no another hydrophobic IOL. We had only ESCRS here. But today I use or Micropure or the Mirado 4 that the company Ophthalmic Solution and Lidsen, Ophthalmic Solution from USA and Lidsen from Brazil, produced this IOL for me. This IOL will be available only Brazil first. It's more large and horizontal and vertical diameter to be the results of the study is amazing because better to have a good centration. So, Marcos, congratulations for you and Dr. Abella, your boss paper. I really enjoy it when you publish it. It's really good to read amazing scientific paper like you two did.
Thank you very much.
So, Marcos, let's go to the last talk to these basic principles. And folks, Eric, send us more message. I love to receive message when I talking. And people and folks, invite your friends. You have more 2 hours in meeting, more nine models. So when to back to the operating room. So number 1, large flange like this one, folks. If you have a large flange like this one, please back to the operating room because with time, this flange, you will produce erosion in your conjunctiva. Sergio, how long? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? But I can tell you, with time, this kind of flange will produce erosion in your conjunctiva and maybe can produce endophthalmitis. So, this is the rule number 1 in the basic principles. Back to operating room when you saw flange like this one. Number 2, if you have conjunctival inflammation, please back to operating room. But in this case, please treat first with antibiotics. For example, in this case that I published in JCRS, I used moxifloxacin and corticosteroids for 7 days. And so when reduce the inflammation, I went to the operating room to reduce it, okay? Number two, if you have a flanged like this out of the conjunctiva, you need to back to operating room too, okay? This is urgently. This case was published, I think 4 or 5 years ago in JCRO, that the patient evaluate to endophthalmites. So it's really important. If you have any flange outside the conjunctiva, go quickly, because it's like when you have a conjunctiva erosion in a trabeculectomy. Of course, the bacteria go inside the eye, okay? So, audience questions about basic principles while you prepare the model 2. Any question, Eric? Marcus, come together. If there any average length of the problem, Cantar, depends of the technique. For example, if you use a 4 points technique, okay, I suggest 2 millimeters from the limbals and 3.5 millimeters from each scleral tunnel, okay? And I suggest in my hands, my personal constant is 1.5 diopter. For example, if I have find a 20 gauge diopter in the IOL, I order 21.5 diopter to the IOL. So it depends of the ELP. In my hands, I prefer to have the loop of the scleral flange more not so tight, okay? So my loop is more long. So my IOL stay more far to the iris. When the IOL stay far to the iris, I avoid dispersion syndrome, and of course the IOL stay more near to the scleral, to the retina. So I need to order 1.5 diopter. So I suggest to you to write the result of the visual acuity of your patient to find your personal constant. Marcos, in your hands, how is your visual acuity outcome?
Yes, so the refractive outcome is, so we always go 2.5 millimeters behind the blue line, a little bit more behind. We use the MicroPure. The MicroPure has very elastic haptics, so it gives you a little bit of error range if you pull too hard on the Prolene. And we also, when using the MicroPure, we have the positions between two flanges 3.5 millimeters. I think this is for this lens the perfect distance. We adapt the lens power based on the eye length. So we found that we have a sweet spot at around 24 millimeters. This is when you have 24 millimeters and you go 2.5 behind the limbus using the MicroPure, then you can take the lens you want. It's really precise. If the eye gets shorter, we add more power. And if the eye goes longer, we reduce the IOL power, because the distance between the lens and the retina changes based on eye length. The distance between the cornea and the lens stays pretty much equal the same. So that is our approach.
Gerardo, in my opinion, yes, I suggest to perform posterior vitrectomy in all my patients that I perform scleral fixation, okay? I work with scleral fixation. I start in 2020, so 30 years in scleral fixation. And when I start to perform posterior vitrectomy, posterior pars plana vitrectomy, my number of retinal detachment decrease really a lot, okay? So I suggest to perform posterior pars plana vitrectomy in scleral fixation. The size of the flange, I suggest to watch the lecture from Dr. Oliver Feindel. I like 1 millimeter as he showed us, but you can use 1.1 to 1.5 millimeter to the flange, okay? So let's go to the next. Marcos, one question for you.
Okay, are they both points laid on the same plane? I think this may lead to tilt. Okay, first of all, I tried a couple of times to use UBM to find the flanges. It's really difficult. I'm usually 30 gauge needle, you use it always when you do intravitreal injection. So the trauma to the pars plana is really, really low. So I don't think you will find much of trauma there. And yeah, for example, what leads to tilt? Mostly if on the one side you are a little bit more posteriorly or more anteriorly compared to the other side. So if the two flanges on the temporal side or inferior side, wherever you do it, are differ a lot to those on the other side in relation to the limbus, then you have tilt. If there is one flange on the same side, a quarter millimeter behind, more posterior than the other, that doesn't make such a big problem usually. What do you say?
So, Marcos, you need to go to the next session because 1 hour in the first one. Which session you back, my friend?
Yes, I'm back. I will be back at toric and multifocal.
Okay, perfect. So, thanks, Marcos. Eric, please, I'd like to invite Thiago. Let's go.
Hey, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to call out for subluxated lenses. I'm going to introduce you guys Dr. Lucas again, who's coming up to the screen, and also Dr. Ehud Aisha, who's going to have this presentation here for us today.
Thanks, Thiago. Welcome, Lucas, and welcome, Ehud. Folks, as you show you in the history of the technique, Dr. Ehud in 2019 was the first that opened the doors to different techniques, because behind to 2019, I was in the flanged Prolene only in CTS and scleral fixation. And so, Ehud, Sergio, you can use the technique in artificial iris, subluxation lens, and a lot of ways. And of course, Asia Anchor, Ehud, thanks to have today with us. You want to say some words behind this?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Sergio, for having this wonderful this event. And this is a challenge to have a consensus, because consensus means that we all agree upon an issue, and there may be many things that we do not agree. I mean, just considering the last hour, I have many comments or marks, so we may not agree at any point, but it's a great to have this discussion. So congratulations, Sergio, for introducing the flange technique and for having this consensus. So let's hope that we can contribute something to the knowledge of all.
Lucas, any comment?
So it's great to have Ehud Aisha here, and I read a lot of articles of him about this flange techniques, and I think it will be a very interesting talk about Anchor, how to fix it. And I think we can go to the session. What do you think, Sergio?
Yes. So, folks, in the session, I will present first about flanged Prolene with CTS, and so the second lecture will be about the Anchor, the Dr. Asia Anchor with the flanged Prolene. And at the end, this session is more short, and at the end of the session, you can do questions for us, okay? So let's see the first presentation. Folks, this was the first two papers about the CTS, okay, with flanged Prolene. And here, my 10 steps about the flanged Prolene CTS. If you want to print it, it's a pleasure. And you discuss these 10 steps by step, okay? So step 1, create a long scleral tunnel. In this case, okay, I suggest 1.5 millimeters from the limbals, different to the scleral fixation. Scleral fixation, I suggest 2. Here, I suggest 1.5 millimeter to bad position of the bag to avoid tilt, okay? So, number 2, yes, some colleagues, they are just doubt. The needle must pass between the iris and the bag, okay? Number 3, a 23 gauge microforceps are used through the cornea incision to place the 50 polypropylene into the 26 or 27 gauge inner cavity, okay? Number 4 is really important. This step is really important. I received message from some colleagues that try to test the Prolene only with the CTS inside the bag, and so the flanged pass through the eyelid. You need to test, okay? You need to test the first flanged outside the eye, because if the flanged is small, you need to enlarge this flanged, okay? So here the video test. Quickly test. You pull the CTS, see again, pull the CTS, and you can test if the flange pass through the eyelid, okay? So, number 6, the flange should be on the top of the central eyelid to avoid tilt. When the flange is in the down part, you can have more tilt, okay? This is a video, animation that Dr. Sendelin from Czech Republic present a film festival in ESCRS, I think 2021, and that he showed how this flange in the behind the eyelid of the CTS can produce tilt, okay? So I like to suggest a microforceps to help the CTS in the bag. And so make a single movement between pulling the Prolene and insert the CTS. See again, a simple movement together, pulling the Prolene and insert the CTS inside the bag, as you can see here. Number 9, pull the Prolene and hold and close the sclera with a microforceps. Important. As you can see first, pull it, hold, cut between 1 to 1.5 millimeters the side of the Prolene. Sergio, how do you compare it? Remember, the distance here is 1.5 millimeters. Its scleral fixation is 2, so you can compare based on this, okay? And finally, bury the flange. Here, a quickly video to show you the technique is a young patient with microspherophakia. When the patient there is a microspherophakia, I like to use iris hook to hold the capsule bag. If an old patient, I prefer to use Macul or MST hooks because when you use iris hook in a patient with an old capsule, you can produce tears. So I like to implant first a traditional CTR and observe. I like to use a flex only in the racks in this kind of case of subluxated lens. So here I like to phaco shop and hydroprolapse the nucleus and don't perform pressure in the anterior in the capsule. I prefer to do the phacoemulsification in the anterior chamber. And so here, removing the cortex. And so after removing the cortex, let's remove one side of the Prolene iris hook. And so observe, create a tunnel, create a space between the iris and the anterior bag. And observe, I prefer to use the CTR inside the bag. And here, inserting the Prolene in the lumen of the needle, and remember, test the size of the prolene and the size of the lumen of the needle outside the eye, okay? And so rated and create the first flange, insert the CTS with a microforceps inside the bag. So observe the flange on the top. And now repeat the procedure in the other side. Remove the prolene. Okay? Remove the prolene. Make the second flange, the first flange of the second CTS. Insert again the CTS inside the bag. And so observe the orientation, observing my mouse, the orientation of the prolene, that how I create a tunnel. So hold the prolene and so create the flange. And the other side the same, hold the prolene to avoid to skip through the sclera. And so bury the two flanges, and so at the end insert the IOL. Sergio, which IOL do you prefer? I prefer a 3-piece IOL because if I have problem in the future, I can use this 3-piece IOL to perform a Yaman technique. So my personal protocol in subluxated lens, flex, CTR, hard drop prolapse the nucleus, CTS and double flange and fourth flange and double flange flange prolene. So I like to invite again Marcos to show this flanged prolene and modified CTR. I forgot, sorry, there's a lot of talks, Mark, I forgot your talks. And after your modified CTR, Dr. Ehud Asya come with us to present he Ancho. Marco, can you share? You are muted.
Hello again. Than I thought.
Let's go.
And yeah. So I hope you see my screen.
Not yet. And folks, you can start to send the question to Dr. Ehudacia, to Lucas, to me.
Do you see my presentation? It's the only ring and Prolene flange?
Not full screen yet.
It should be full. It is full screen with me. I don't know why it's not. It is full screen with me, actually.
No.
Before it worked, I don't know this. Now full screen?
Don't appear yet. Not. We can't invite Hudacia, Marcos, while you discuss the Hud presentation. You test
yes,
it
maybe
together with Eric. So
yes,
Eric,
maybe.
can you call Hud again?
Sergio, we did see the presentation of Marcos.
Yes, the presentation here with me. I just want, if you want to do some comments about your presentation, I will share it.
I would like first to have some comments about the presentation that you presented, if I may.
Of course, a pleasure.
Okay, now, first of all, there were some questions regarding vitrectomy. Do you perform vitrectomy in any case? Now, as you showed in your presentation, not always a vitrectomy is needed. If there is no vitreous, you don't need to do vitrectomy. If you do, like you did in your case, the needle is inserted in between the iris and the capsule, then there is no vitreous. There's no need to do vitrectomy. You do only if there is vitreous strength, vitreous show. Otherwise, vitrectomy is not always. And also for a position of subluxated lenses, sometimes it's just enough to pass the sutures coming in and out. The other comment is regarding the flange, and this is relates to what Lucas had showed us, that we need to bury the flanges into the sclera. Personally, I am not in favor of this technique. I think that if the flange can go through the sclera, it can go through the sclera. If it can go in, it may go through. And sometimes it may go all the way into the eye. So I prefer the flange to be like the head of the screw or the head of a nail, that it does not go through the sclera. It should be on top of. It should be flat. It should not be very big. And we must make sure that the flange is located under the conjunctiva and tenon. Tenon is a key point. We must make sure that the flange is under the tenon, and this way it will make sure that it does not erode through the conjunctiva. So it does not, I think that it does not need to go into the sclera, but on top of the sclera is good enough. I have some more comments, but let's go.
Ehud, amazing comments. I agree with you. When the flange is on the top of the sclera, I never have problem too. I totally agree with you. And you discuss amazing point. I was talking posterior pars-plana vitrectomy in scleral fixation. In subluxation IOL, I don't perform posterior pars-plana vitrectomy, because if you perform the pars-plana vitrectomy, you can have more subluxation of the IOLs. The vitreous help us to hold. I was talking, maybe the audience didn't understand, I was talking to perform...
okay, so just wanted to make this point clear. If there is a vitreous, you must do vitrectomy. No vitreous, no need for any vitrectomy. Okay, I have more comments, but we'll come to it later. So now I would like to present my presentation, and actually I'm talking about two topics. One of them is scleral fixation of IOLs, new types of lenses designed for scleral fixation. We need to remember that all the scleral fixation that we are doing today, including the Amane technique, which use the 3-piece lens, or the suture technique, the flange technique, we use lenses which were not designed for the purpose. So I would like to show a new type of lens, and then I'll show also the anchor. One point regarding also your presentation, that you showed the Ahmed segment, and you said correctly that the flange should be on top and not underneath. This is correct for the Ahmed segment, because you don't want to make the tilt. It may rotate. But the problem is that then the flange is located on top and just under the iris, and it may cause chafing, theoretically at least. With what I'm going to show, see that the anchor, with the anchor, the flange is located posteriorly. So it is away from the iris, and still it does not cause any tilt because it's symmetrical. So let's see the presentation, and we will discuss it later.
Great. Ehud, now I will show the presentation, because you are in the subluxation model, only the ankle.
Okay, good.
In the next model, scleral fixation, will be a pleasure if you can present for us live your part about scleral fixation. Can you do? Okay. So let's see only the anterior presentation in this model. Eric, can you share for us?
Hi, my name is Ehud Asia from Israel. Now the topic relates to lens subluxation, and if you want to preserve the lens capsule, then one can use capsule stabilizing devices such as equatorial support or anterior capsular support. We all recognize the equatorial support such as the Sayoni ring or Ahmed segment, Mayuri Sayoni ring. And we developed several years ago this capsular anchor, which is actually a capsular clip. It looks like an anchor, and this is what it does. The two lateral prongs are located behind the lens capsule. The central part is in front, and it is suture fixated to the sclera. And here is an example. On the left, we see after trauma, the lens subluxation, and after using the anchor, it is well-centered and very stable. And we have done tens of these eyes, but we found that this first-generation anchor was a little bit bulky and was quite uneasy to use. So we now developed a second generation, as we see here. And we see the main change, not only that this is more flexible and thinner, but it is mainly three-dimensional. So the central part is one level up as compared to the two lateral prongs. And it is much easier to put in the eye, and this is how it works. We first thread the suture through a 30-gauge needle. And now the other ending is going through the hole at the base, and the anchor is inserted, rotated, and we make sure that the two lateral prongs are located behind the capsule, and the central part is in front. You pull the suture, cut, and make the flanges on the two sides. So let's see two cases, and this is a case following trauma in a young patient. We first make the capsulorhexis, and now insert the needle at the location when we want to have the suture fixated. Insert the other endings through the hole at the base of the anchor and create a flange, and we must make sure that the flange is wide enough so it would not go through the hole. Insert the anchor, and now we place the anchor in place. The technique is to place this on top of the capsule, push it forward and posteriorly so it goes right into place. And now we will remove the lens, and know that we inserted the anchor before we remove the lens material, so it can serve also as a temporary stabilizer for the surgery itself, as we oftentimes use with capsular or iris hooks. Now the IOL is implanted, and I prefer to have it with the long axis of the IOL as the axis of the anchor. And after it is in place, then only then we make the final flange, make it shorter, and make sure that it is covered under the conjunctiva and the tenon. So now the lens is central, it's very stable, and after 1 month we can see the flange are now inferiorly well covered by the conjunctiva and tenon. The second case is also following trauma. This time the zone was missing on the right below. And we first removed the lens material. It was stable enough, and only after the capsule is evacuated, we insert the needle with the suture, externalize it. The other edge goes through the hole at the base of the anchor, and we create a flange, a wide flange, and make sure that it is positioned at the back of the anchor so it will not cause chafing on the iris. Now, the anchor is placed, and when the capsular bag is evacuated, it's quite simple to place it correctly. And after the IOL is in place, we cut short the suture and make a flange. And this is what it looks like after a few days. We don't see the anchor unless we do retrolamination, and now we see how well it supports the capsule both at the equator and at the capsular margin. So just to summarize, this capsular anchor is very effective for capsule stabilizing, and this second generation does provide significant improvement in terms of safety, efficacy, and simplicity of the device. And I thank you all very much for your very kind attention.
Eric, can you call Ehud? Ehud, so yeah. As you saw, you divide because you are in the subluxation model, you show only the ankle. You want to, I think you have questions, but if you want to do some comments, it's a pleasure. I like that you show us in the ankle, the flange that is not on the top is a good advantage. I really like this point. If you want to send me some anchor from Brazil, because I don't have here, I will be happy.
I think that you have it. You have it. It is manufactured by Hanita Lenses, and I would like to acknowledge that I'm a consultant to Hanita Lenses.
But if you want to send me some gift, I will love. Okay.
Anyway, it is available. It's not available in some countries, but in Europe and South America, it's available. But the thing is that it's different from the Sioni, from the Ahmed, which actually supports the equator. So you need to guide it all over, all around, which is not easy when you have a lens which is unstable. Whereas the capsular anchor occupies only a small segment. So it actually works like a clip. This is the whole concept. So it's very stable. So this is why it does not rotate, does not flip, and you have one flange inside, one flange outside, and this is it. And we did tens, maybe hundreds of those, and it works very nicely. Flange technique made a lot of difference.
Eric, send the question for me, Dr. Ehud. The first for you, Dr. Ehud.
Well, first of all, I don't know. I'm not involved in the marketing, but I don't think that there is any significant difference in between. And I don't think it's a point. If there is difference, it's like a few tens of dollars. It will not be more than that.
More questions?
Okay, that's a good question. The question is, should we put one CTS or two CTS or so on? And it's a great point, because we need to differentiate between two types of lens zonular dialysis or weakness. The question is, are all the zonules are affected, or only part of the zonules are affected? In cases for example, Marfan disease or pseudoexfoliation, all the zonules are affected, not always on the same time, but all of them are affected. So if we, for example, Marfan, if the lens is subluxated superiorly and we pull the lens down with one fixation point, it's only a question of time until the zonules superiorly will be affected. So, and then you need to refixate it again. So it is a good advice if you have a disease zonal, such as Marfan, any type of congenital disease, or pseudoexfoliation and so, or high myopia, to have 2 points of fixation at least. In cases of, for example, trauma, in these cases, the zonules remaining zonules are okay, they are normal, they are not affected. So this is a case in which only 1 point of fixation of the CTR or anchor or Ahmed segment or whatever it is, you can fixate it on 1 point, no need for 2. But if it is a diseased zonules, you need to have it on both sides equally. Just a question of time.
That is, yes.
The anchor, well, the anchor you can manage any amount, because you can use 1 anchor, 2 anchors, 3 anchors. It depends on how much. Usually it's about, we don't need anchor if it is less than 3 hours. And if it is in between 4 and 6 or 7 hours of zonal dialysis, you can use 1. If it's more than 180 degrees, and you use 2. And in cases there is a very large, usually 2 are sufficient, but one can use theoretically even 3. Usually no need. 2 is enough.
More questions or finish?
Okay, it actually does not pull the anterior capsule. As I said, it works like this. It works like a clip. So it occupies a whole segment. Okay, it's a whole segment of a capsule, not just the point, but the whole segment of the capsule. So this is why it does not have, it's not pointed, unlike a CTR or Ahmed, in which is a point fixation. This is an area fixation. So we don't see the phimosis does not relate to the device. Phimosis relates to the lens capsule, and this is the main complication. We do not see any complication, capsular complication associated with the anchor. Also, so far, we did not experience a single case in which the anchor broke the capsule, so far. So because it occupies an area and not a point.
Eric, any another questions, or can you go the last one, okay? So progress.
Okay, I think, Sergio, this is a question to you, but I will just comment. We did use the anchors also for microspherophakia, which is progressive zonulopathy, but as I said, 2 of them, not just 1. But then you can still maintain the capsule. It's valuable to maintain the capsule because you separate the lens for the tissue. No contact between IOL and the iris or the ciliary body. So it is good to have to maintain the capsule and maintain the separation between the anterior and posterior segment, so you can still maintain capsule also in mucospherophakia.
Eric, can you put the question again in the screen, please? Okay, yes. I agree. Microspherophakia is a progressive zonulopathy, and I don't think it's a bad. I think it's a good idea too if you perform a lensectomy and a pars plana vitrectomy and perform a scleral fixation. I think that both is a good option. But remember, if you insert to perform with a CTS, I suggest to insert first the CTR to hold and to open the bag, and so insert and implant 2 CTS, okay? If you implant only 1 CTS or without CTR, I'm not sure it will be safe with the future, okay? So it's not wrong some patient that I have a lot of subluxation, I prefer to perform lancectomy, pars plana vitrectomy, and so scleral fixation. So Lucas,
yes, I have one question for Hudaisha. Do you always implant CTR when you're using Anchor?
No, okay, great question. We need to separate between the two functions, and this is exactly what Sergio was now pointing. CTR does not fixate the lens. CTR is only to maintain the round contour of the equator, period. This is it. It cannot hold the lens. If you have a CTR in eyes with pseudoexfoliation, the chances that the lens will dislocate is higher than without a CTR. So it is just to maintain the round contour of the equator. The say Ahmed segment or the modified CTR or the anchor, they only support the capsule to the sclera. So two separate functions. So to your question, oftentimes when I have a very large zonal dialysis and the contour of the equator is, may not be rounded, I use CTR and anchors separately, either before or after, but I use them both. Two separate functions.
So folks, let's see the next model, scleral fixation. Ehud, ask you to, Eric, you show you how to share your screen, okay? While you do the first two presentation, and you back to the presentation 3. But I would like you test how to share your screen to be everything is okay. Great?
Okay, great.
Eric, please help Dr. Ehud to test to share his screen. Scleral fixation. Let's see. Oscar, I think you'll be with me. Is Oscar?
Hi, Dr. Sergio.
Hello, Oscar. Introduce yourself, my friend.
Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Oscar Cervantes from Mexico. I have the opportunity to share with Dr. Sergio in Belo Horizonte last year in the international course and being there in his home. So thank you very much for the invitation. And we want to talk about the module of
Oscar, 1 minute. I need to do a quick introduction about the IOLs, okay?
Great, Dr. Sergio.
Okay. So, folks, Dr. Oscar will show the no-fold IOL, scleral fixation. I will show 4 closed loops IOL, and Dr. Ehud Asia will show a specific IOL that he developed for scleral fixation with flanged Prolene, okay? So you have 3 lectures here. Please share my screen. Eric, or who is... Yes, so these are PMA IOLs with haptic IOL. I like to say these are tested and approved IOL for the flanged Prolene. So if you like to use a PMA IOL, you need to find in your country an IOL with eyelet in the haptic, okay? In PMMA, I suggest 13 millimeter overall and 7 millimeter optical zone open. I suggest please open the sclera. If you want to perform foldable IOL, the tests that we did was with acros, arcs, crystallines, micropore, and mini alpha, and now the Mirado 4 from Ophthalmo solution. Okay, acros is hydrophilic. I didn't have problem yet, but I prefer the IOLs like micropore and now this new Mirado 4. So, Oscar, let's go with your presentation. Your screen's okay?
Thank you, Dr. Sergio. Yes, I will share my screen. So can you see my presentation now?
Not yet. Yes, perfectly.
Great. So we're going to talk about full flanged with non-foldable IOL, as Dr. Sergio described. So Since 2017, that Dr. Canabrava described flange techniques for scleral fixation, there has appeared a lot of variations of materials and IOLs that we are doing flanges into the eyes. And well, non-foldable IOL also are an option for flanged scleral fixation. So when do we use it? As Dr. Sergio said, it can be planned since the beginning. If we select that kind of IOL, just make sure that it has eyelets, obviously, so you can fixate it with Prolene. Or even it's really important point, when a patient has already one of these IOLs inside the eye, and for some reason, I mean subluxation, trauma, or other reason, we need to centrate it or fixate it to the sclera, it's also an option. It's better if we don't remove this kind of IOL if it's already inside the eye, because it was an IOL planned to be on the back in the beginning, so we can fixate it. So we're going to talk about it. So as Dr. Sergio said, it's important to introduce this kind of IOL. It's better if we do it through a scleral tunnel to avoid astigmatism and high order aberrations if we touch the cornea. So a tunnel of 7 millimeters, it's enough to introduce this kind of IOLs to the eye. So we're going to use it with a 50 polypropylene and a 26 gauge needle. Always test the needles and the eyelets of the IOL outside of the eye to avoid complications when you have already the IOL inside the eye. So this is the video that I'm going to show you today about Dr. Sergio doing this kind of procedure. So he takes 2 millimeters behind the limbus and pass the first needle and the Prolene 50. Then he introduces the Prolene into the eyelet, and look, he tested outside the eye, okay? Then he will pass the second Prolene, always test outside the eye again, and then he will introduce the IOL and center it slowly to avoid lose the eyelets, okay? Then the interesting point about scleral fixation is that the pressure that we will do with the forceps against the sclera, look at it, it's really important to have a good centration, also to avoid losing the Prolene inside the eye. So as we talked today, the last hour, it's really important to bury the flange inside the sclera to avoid further complications, and then you can close the conjunctiva, okay? So key points about this technique, it's always important to make sure that the flanges are inside the scleral tunnel to avoid endophthalmitis. It's better if we do it through the sclera to avoid astigmatism and higher order aberrations, as we said. The IOL will be in the sulcus to avoid tilt. Mark the sclera always. Symmetry, it's a key point to have good refractive results, as Marcus said before. And remember, always test needles, eyelets outside the eye to avoid having complications when you already have the intraocular lens in the eye. So this is my presentation, Dr. Sergio. Thank you very much. And we will continue with the schedule.
Oscar, congratulations. Please keep with us, because at the end of this session, me, you, and Ehud, you answer the questions of the audience. So let's see my presentation, please. It will be a foldable scleral fixation. And please, Eric, tell me when Dr. Ehud Asia is done, and after my presentation is his time. So, material, 30 gauge ultra thin wall needle that you can have in your country. TSK, for example, 60 polypropylene, thermocautery, and a closed 4 loops IOL, Acros, Micropure, Mirado 4. You choose your IOL, and of course, Dr. Ehud will show us a new IOL that he developed. So, the main steps of the 4 flanged foldable IOL. If you want to print this screen, it's a pleasure. So we'll discuss each of these points during the next few minutes. So step 1, create a long scleral tunnel 2 millimeters from the limbus. support. The Dr. Ori Mahler will show us here too different ways to implant the IOL in this scleral fixation. But currently, I like to implant the IOL directly in the anterior chamber. Some doctors like to use a simple hook to hold this IOL to avoid that this IOL go to the posterior chamber. I like to use the same needle that I will insert in the scleral tunnel. So create the second tunnel, okay, 3.5 millimeters from the limbals. I know that some doctors like to use 4 millimeters, no problem. You can use how more open. Sometimes is okay, more is a good centration, but is sometimes more difficult to paste the Prolene. But you need to decide how you are the way that you like, okay? So the 2 points in the left side, 2 millimeters from the limbals, and 3.5 millimeters from each incision. Repeat, okay? Repeat the procedure in the other side. And observe, in the left side, it's up to down. In the right side, down to up. And in the opposite side, in the other side. Why, Sergio? Because you can, when you do in the opposite side, you have more centration, okay? Step 5, this is the important moment. That is the moment that you can adjust the IOL. When you make the 2 lower flanges, number 1 and number 2, and you have the loop here, you can adjust the position of the IOL up, down, left, right, in any direction, because you have 2 loops. So you can enlarge or reduce the loop in the right and the left side. So this step 5 is the most important moment of the technique, when you have 2 flanges done and you can do the best position of the IOL, okay? Step 6, so do the flange number 3, and if the IOL is not in the right position, you had the opportunity before to make the flange number 4 to do the final adjustment of the position of the IOL. So let's see the video. As you can observe, I like to do a scleral tunnel, rotate the needle, and so insert the IOL. This IOL is the IOL that I told you. The name is Mirado 4. As you can observe, is more larger in horizontal and vertical diameter than across the micropore. So observe how big is this IOL. It's really amazing to have a good centration. And so I like to do a single movement to avoid that the Prolene stay inside the eye. So here, creating the second scleral tunnel, and so places the needle inside the second closed loop, and here removing the second point of the loop. Now I repeat, observe, opposite side. In left side, I was up to down. Now I go down to up. And so I like to use a simple hook to place the needle inside the closed loop, and I remove it. And so my marker, and so again 3.5 millimeters from the limbals, and rotate. And here I like to choose this hook to place the needle in the closed loop, and so insert the last point of the technique. And as you saw in the Dr. Victoria de Rojas lecture, we could see a different way to paste the Prolene inside the needle. I like it how Dr. Victoria showed the Prolene. And so push the IOL to the posterior to put above the iris. And so, do the first flange, okay? So, do or make the second flange, and here you can adjust. Observe how it's possible to adjust the IOL. And now you cut, observe, cut it with a simple scissor, the flange about 1 to 1.5 millimeter size. And now you can use and adjust the IOL. After the IOL in the right position, you do the flange number 3, okay? And observe, when I push the flange, I bury the flange, how the IOL move to the left side. So it's really important. So to the last flange, okay, cut it. And so do the flange number 4. As you can observe, don't need to do a really large flange. So before, can we unshare? Eric, can you unshare my screen? Dr. Ehud is Ehud. Everything okay to share your presentation?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm ready. Can you?
Okay, folks. So Dr. Ehud developed with Anita, right, Ehud?
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, but not in full screen yet.
Not in full screen. Okay, so well, that's. Can you see it now?
Not in full screen. You can see your presentation, but not in full screen yet.
I don't know why, but let's see if I can do it this way. Can you see the screen?
You can see your PowerPoint, but you can't.
I cannot. When I do it full screen, then you don't see it for some reason.
No problem. You can share the Dr. Ori Mahler presentation while you test again with Eric.
Okay, sure, but I need them to connect me.
Eric, can you show the Ori Mahler presentation, and if you can test again with Dr. Ehud? Eric? So, folks, while my good friend Dr. Ehud Asya test again with Eric here, I will show Dr. Ori Mahler different methods of implant IOL before fixate it with a flanged Prolene. I like Dr. Ori Mahler ideas because Dr. Ori Mahler was the first one that suggests to implant the 4 closed loop IOL directly in the anterior chamber with a Prolene pasted in the cartridge. So let's see his presentation.
Hello, I will present our modification of the 4 flange technique, and I will focus on the way of implanting the IOL through a 2.4 millimeters incision. So I have no financial disclosures. So we have 3 main ways to implant a lens into the anterior chamber. First, without injector, through 3.4 millimeters. The second, with injector with preloaded Prolene suture, and with injector alone, through 2.4 millimeters. So the first way, when Sergio Canabrava published his technique, of 4 flange technique, he mentioned the way of implanting the lens through 3.4 millimeters using Burato forceps. And what is the Burato forceps? First is there is forceps for folding the lens, and second, different forceps for implanting the lens. So here is a video that show that. You can see now the two forceps, the folding and the implanting. First, you need to fold the lens with a special forceps, as you see in the video. Now, after, here you can see with the Kelman or some other instrument, now the lens is folded. And now the surgeon is switched to another forceps, the Boato forceps, that with this special forceps, he will implant the lens inside the eye through 3.4 millimeters. The second way, few months after, our group published a way of implanting a lens through 2.4 millimeters using an injector, just a regular injector, that the Prolene suture is preloaded already. So you see in picture A, the injector, the cartridge, with the IOL, and the 6.0 Prolene suture that preloaded inside it. In picture B, after penetrating the sclera with a 3-gauge needle, first, before the lens and before the injector, the suture is inserting into the eye. And second, and third, in the picture C, only then the IOL is implanting into the anterior chamber. Now, since 2022, we are not using that technique anymore. We are doing that with the injector alone without the preloaded suture. And you can see in the picture that to prevent the IOL to sink into the vitreous, we're using a Sinski hook or a spatula that help us. And what is the technique? You can see that after marking 2 millimeters from the limbus, now we're just implanting the lens on top of the iris through 2.4 millimeters, and with a Sinski hook helping to prevent it fall into the vitreous. Then after the lens is already in the anterior chamber, we rotate it. And all the other parts are just inserting the needles and the suture. And in the last part is a time of the flange, doing the four flanges. And here I can show what we need for this technique. We need two Prolene. Now we are using 7.0 Prolene, not 6.0 Prolene anymore. And we are using 4 needles. We are not using a needle, the same needle each time. We're using 4 new needles. And now you can see the video for that. First, we're just implanting the lens on top of the iris. After that, we're rotating the IOL, inserting the first 7.0 Prolene. After penetrating the sclera and the haptic, inserting the suture into the needle, doing that on the other side of the suture. And now the two haptics are secured, and we are inserting it behind the iris. And now we're doing the same on the other side, penetrating the sclera and the haptic with a 30-gauge needle, inserting the 7.0 Prolene, and the same in the other side. It's very easy to do it outside the eye, not in the eye. And now the lens is in the sulcus behind the iris. You just need to centrate it. And the last part is doing the flange and bury it under the sclera, under the conjunctiva, sorry. Here's the second flange, the third flange, and in the end, the fourth flange. It's very important to bury the flange under the conjunctiva. And take moving out the OVD, and that's all. Now, in the last 2 years, we're doing it also with a toric lens. We have now about 12 cases. After marking the axis, here we are doing that with the Callisto. We're implanting the toric IOL in the same technique on top of the iris, rotate it according to the axis of the IOL, and doing the flanges. So thank you.
Hello, folks. Eric, everything is done with Dr. Ehud, or do you want to send me question first? Size of the pupil to implant AOL. About the size of the pupil to implant scleral fixation, you can implant with any size, but when you don't have a large, or you don't have a pupil, is really dangerous that the IOL can go to the posterior segment. So I don't suggest you dilate the pupil really a lot, okay? Because you need to have a size of pupil to the IOL stay up in the iris. Next question, when Dr. Ehud is done, please tell me. There's more question. Yes, if your flanged go inside the sclera, okay, slip off inside the sclera, unfortunately, you need to pace it again, and I don't suggest to do it in the same tunnel, okay? Because when the flanged go inside, it's impossible to, not impossible, but if you try to cut it inside the eye, to pace it to the sclera, is the loop will be really short. So it's better to remove this, of course, cut it inside the eye to remove this flanged, and so pace the loop again. Implant one. I don't have experience with toric ones, okay? Because this doctor, you have a session with doctors that publish papers with toric IOL. I think in more 2 or 3 models in 30 minutes. But IOL power calculator, I suggest doctor to perform your personal constant. In my hands, I need to add 1.5 diopter in the calculation. For example, if I find 20 diopter, I need to order 21.5 because the ELP of the IOL stay more near to the retina. So you need to add 1.5 diopter in my hands, okay? You need to create your sheet, a spreadsheet, to know about your personal constant. Let's go, Eric, with Dr. Ehud. Ehud, everything okay?
Well, I don't see that I can have full screen, but maybe if we can have half screen, then we can still show it.
Let's try.
Can you see my presentation now on the screen?
Yes, but not full screen.
Not full screen, but I think we can do it even this way because we'll see it even smaller, but we will see it.
Yes.
Okay, so
if you want, I have your presentation recorded. You can share it.
okay, so we can start it. Just do the first half. That would be the best.
Okay. So while I open your presentation, if you want to say comment some points, Ehud, you can comment, and I will open your presentation.
Yes. What I'm going to show is the modification of an IOL to have a lens which is designed for scleral fixation. The main problem with lenses, we mentioned it before, is decentration and the tilt. And the tilt may occur if we do 2-point fixation. This is why we prefer today to do 4-point fixation. And for 4-point fixation, we use lenses with small 4 closed loop. But these lenses, if you pull them not symmetrically, they may cause some tilt and decentration. So a very good design of a lens can be if we use a plate optic lens, which is very stiff, very strong. It does not distort when we pull it on both sides, but with 4 holes. So instead of having 4 small loops, closed loops, we can have a lens with small 4 holes. And this way we can have a lens which is very stable. And we did it with Hanita lenses. And once again, I'm a consultant to this company. So hopefully if we can see the videos, we'll show you how it works. The other technique using 4 small closed loop work very nice. The techniques that was shown by Dr. Male, my friend, is excellent. It works very nicely, and there are a variety of lenses that can be used. I would like just to show you one more modification.
I think now is I can share. Eric, everything okay? Can you show? Tell me if the sound is good.
Technique in special situation. These are my disclosure, and the first one is relevant to what I'm going to talk today. So first we'll talk about 2-point scleral fixation, and this can be associated with some complication, namely decentration and lens tilt along the long axis of the IOL. Therefore, many surgeons today prefer to use 4-point fixation using lenses such as this with 4 small closed loops. However, these lenses were not designed for this purpose. And when we thread the suture, while pulling the suture, we may distort the lens and again cause lens tilt. And especially in lenses such as this one with a flail and thin loops, which can be distorted while pulling the suture. So one possible solution can be using, instead of lens with 4 loops, using lens with 4 holes. This is a plate optic toric lens of Hanita, and it has 2 position holes, one upper left, then lower right, and they are used to indicate that the lens is in the proper position. And I asked the company to make 2 more holes, oval shape, so we can differentiate. And we can thread the sutures through these 4 holes. So the technique is this. Well, first, we mark the axis of the lens, then 2 millimeters from the limbus and 2 millimeters on each side. And then we thread the sutures through the 2 holes on each side, externalize the suture, and make the flanges. So this is the first technique. We mark the 2 millimeters from the limbus and 2 millimeters on each side, insert a 30 gauge needle through one of the pre-marked suture, and thread the 6/0 Prolene through the lens. And the other edge is inserted through the nozzle of the cartridge, then through the 2 holes in the IOL, again through the nozzle, and out again through a needle inserted on the second point, and now the lens is injected into the eye. The lens is injected only after the suture has been threaded, which makes it very safe, but quite complicated. We do the same on the other side. We thread the needle through the holes and the suture through the needle. This is quite a very intuitive and very simple technique. You put the lens backward, pull the suture, create the flanges, and now the IOL is in place. And as we can see, the axis of the lens is exactly as marked. And this is a technique which I prefer to use today. That is, we first mark the point of 2 millimeters from the limbus and 2 on each side, and then we implant the lens before we thread the suture. It is safe, it would not fall. And then now we insert the first needle through the hole, thread the suture using a paracentesis, and then we do it on the other hole on the same side and thread the other edge of the same suture. And as we pull it, it goes in like a loop, and it is quite safe. After we pass the first suture, the lens cannot fall because we have a hold. So we do it on both sides. Now we put the lens behind the iris, pull the sutures, and create the 4 flanges. So we did it in about 20 cases. The post-op axis deviation was in 87% of the cases less than 5 degrees, and in all cases less than 10 degrees, so no need to rotate. And the visual acuity was in 93% of the cases 6/9 and better. So the conclusion is that this plate optic 4-hole IOL can serve as an ideal design for clear fixation of toric and non-toric lenses. It does not rotate, it is exactly on axis, and it makes no tilt. The other
You can share my screen, please. Ehud,
Yeah.
I think you have questions for you from the audience. Please, if you have, yes.
No, I don't, because the position of the lens, if we go 2 millimeters from the limbus and 2 on each side, the position of the lens is very close to the ELP, normal ELP. So we use the same calculation as we use for an IOL within the bag. We do some first fixation. Okay, that's a good score. How long does the Prolene last? We do not use 10-0 Prolene anymore because we know that after 7-8 years it biodegradates and it breaks. As for 9-0 Prolene, 9-0, it has 60% more tensile force than 10. And actually, I do not remember a case in which a 9-0 ever dissolved or caused disintegration. Now with this flange technique, we use 5, 6, or 7-0. I don't think that we live long enough to experience the biodegradation of this Prolene. So I would say that this Prolene suture lasts for life. So I don't think it's a problem. One thing that we did do, we use the 9-0 Prolene, and then we make flanges. So we use now 5, 6, and 7-0 Prolene, but know that you can use 9-0 and still use the flange technique. It does work, but I do prefer the 6-0.
The last question. I think this question is for me.
That's for you.
Mia, I prefer the left side, okay, go in this direction, and the right side in this direction, okay? Is the way that I like, that I prefer to have a better stabilization. There is another final question to Dr. Ehud.
Okay, the question is what we do in case of aniridia. Aniridia, you need to solve 2 problems, IOL and iris. So if you suture an aniridic lens or suture an artificial iris with an IOL, either separately, first the IOL and on top the artificial iris, or to suture the IOL to the artificial iris, put them all inside a suture fixate. Again, it is possible to use the flange technique for fixation of artificial iris also. But you need to solve the 2 problems you cannot overcome. Just an IOL without correcting the aniridia is a disaster. It's very uncomfortable. I would not recommend.
And folks, the next session, Ehud, will be iris and artificial iris. Great. Ehud, Thank you. You
Very
know,
much.
you are a good friend. I really like you. And
Thank you.
if you want your final comments,
No, it's a
you
great
want
idea. It's a great idea. Once again, I think a consensus is very nice. I'm not sure we can get at this point to a consensus because there are so many different techniques and ideas, and they do still evolve. We are just at the beginning of these techniques. I'm sure we'll find even more type of sutures. The idea of creating a pseudo-optic, actually, this is what we do with the flange. We have pseudo-optic, we create a new optic, which we suture fixate, is great. And congratulations once again, Sergio, for your great contribution to this field.
Thanks, Ehud. And folks, remember, in the next back with Ehud for please, yes. In the next 30 years, 30 days, okay, Ehud, Oliver, and Victoria, everybody that involved in this summit will finish to write this consensus, okay? The consensus is not done, okay? Now you just a summit to present many ideas, and this consensus will share with everybody that registered in the event with a good book in about 30 days. I think in 30 days you have all words, everything done with the book. Ehud, I send you the questions and what you write to your opinion to modify something in your point, okay?
Great.
To you, my friend.
Okay.
Thiago?
Thank you, Dr. Hood, Dr. Canabrava. Now I'd like to call to the stage Dr. Lucas back. We're going to talk about, like Dr. Canabrava said before, iris and artificial lenses. Dr. Lucas, you are on.
Lucas,
So,
the stage is yours.
Yeah.
Sergio, I have one question. We have left one presentation. We talked a lot about how to prevent subluxation of natural lens, but we left the presentation of Dr. McCabe about belt loop presentation, and I think it would be great to start it before artificial iris, because it talks about dislocated ILs. What do you think? Can we have this presentation?
Yes. Now you discuss artificial iris. In the next model, will be dislocated IOL.
Okay, great.
But
So
you the host now.
great.
Please show the. Yes, you the host, my friend.
So I would like to present the talk about Michael Ammon. He will talk about flanged under technique and artificial iris, and he will present also his innovation, his forceps, which helps to do flange techniques. So I think we can start with Dr. Michael Ammon presentation.
So welcome everybody to the summit of flanged suture techniques. My name is Michael Ammon, and I live of the Sigmund Freud University, Vienna, and of the Academic Teaching Hospital of St. John. The first slides, please. I'm going to talk about the utilization of double flange techniques in combination with artificial iris and IOL. With the case of, in the case of aphakia, we have the option to fixate an artificial iris to the sclera. And this we can do elegantly with the double flange suture technique. We first describe this technique using an aqueous lens. You see on the left side, the aqueous lens and one suture with two flanged ends. And you see the result of this surgery in the center. For externalization, I used the forceps needle, which you can see on the right side. This was published in the JCRO in 2024. I'm going to show you this video now. Please start the video. First, I punch the artificial iris 10.5 millimeters in diameter. Then I mark the incision size, and here with the forceps needle, I take the suture ends and bring it through the matrix of the artificial iris is a matrix artificial iris and through the lens. Here I do perform the anterior vitrectomy, a thorough anterior vitrectomy, and then I mark the incision sites 2 millimeters from the limbus. Here I test the folding of the compound, and now I have to open the limbal incision to 5.4 millimeters. Then I'm going to externalize one end of the 6-0 Prolene suture with the forceps needle, 2 millimeters from the limbus. This I do with the second end, and all 4 ends are externalized. Now I fold this compound of artificial iris and lens and implant it into the eye, and then by pulling on the ends of the suture, I nicely can centrate the artificial iris, and you have a lot of control on that maneuver. And after centration, I'm going to cut the 4 ends and flange them. It's important that you bring the flanges behind conjunctiva and Tenon's layer. And here, that's the end of the surgery. Next slide, please. Here I show you another technique with an artificial iris, a modified technique. In that case, the artificial iris was decentered post-traumatically. And I decided to recenter that artificial iris by using a double flange suture technique. On the left side, you see the pre-op picture. On the right side, you can see the well-centered artificial iris. And at 6 o'clock, you see one inner flange of the suture. I'm going to show the video. Next, please. Here you see the video. First, with a spatula, I try to move the artificial iris, and I see it's movable. Then I do perform an anterior vitrectomy via a scleral port. And after the vitrectomy, I'm going to mark the incision site 3 millimeters from the limbus. I use the 6-0 Prolene suture and flange one end and bring the other end into the anterior chamber. Now with the forceps needle 3 millimeters from the limbus, I perforate, I do the scleral tunnel. Now I go through the 2 capsule leaves, and then I will hold the artificial iris with matrix and fibers. And here there is some resistance, but it's easy to puncture the artificial iris with the forceps needle. And now I feed the suture into the needle and externalize it. This works very nice with the forceps needle because there is some resistance on the material because of the artificial iris. And with this pulling, you can now easily recenter the artificial iris because the flange locks at the hole. And then I pull the suture, I cut it, dry it, and do the flanging procedure down to the forceps, down to the conjunctiva, so that there stays some traction on the artificial iris. And you will see the flange is going behind Tenon's layer by itself. And here you see the nicely centered end of the surgery, the nicely centered artificial iris. Next slide. So I think in conclusion, we can say that 4-point fixation with double flanged suture technique allows good control over centration and over tilt. With flanged Prolene suture fixation, we have a plethora of options for scleral fixation of IOLs, of the artificial iris, of other intraocular devices, and even of ocular tissue. With the forceps needle, externalization of the suture is facilitated, especially in cases where there is some resistance. And finally, I want to tell you that we have written a book on flanging techniques in anterior segment surgery. I published that book last year, and Sergio Canabrava wrote the chapter about double flanged suture techniques. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I wish you a good summit. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Lucas, now I a challenge for you, okay? To you narrate and comment this Dr. Altan Özkan from Turkey. Eric, show us my screen, please. Do you want to do any comment about the Dr. Amon presentation, Lucas?
No, I think it's a great talk, and I think that it's great technique to implant artificial iris together with an IOL complex, because there are several techniques and several artificial iris models and several ways how to fix all the complex. And one of them, I think one of the greatest is this one that Dr. Michael Amon presented. So let's hear Altan Özkan talk.
Let's see. This is a video, Lucas.
Okay.
I think you know this iris hyper complex. Do you have experience with this complex, or you just see some videos?
No, so this complex, it's a very great complex, but it's only produced. It's not produced in European Union. It's not produced in the Western countries. Probably in States, it's also not produced. It's created by the Russian company, and it's not available in many countries. So Dr. Altan Özkan is from Turkey, and he has the opportunity to use wrapper model.
Lucas, as you can see, you saw how Dr. Altan did a long sclerotunnel about 2 minutes.
Yes.
Observe.
Yes. So, what is the advantage of this artificial iris? One of the advantages is that it comes together with it's together with IOL. So you don't need to think how to suture the IOL to the artificial iris. Also, it's not custom made by the other eye, how other models have done. And this model has maybe hundreds of different palettes, different templates of artificial iris, and it can be chosen from the picture of what the patient likes or what is the other eye. So it's not not can be folded, but I think the company is trying to do the preloaded or foldable models. And it also, this model of artificial iris can be with or without intraocular lens, and usually it has this model of wrapper has three haptics, 3 fixation points and 3 holes, that is easier to fixate in 3 points. So that would be my comment. And Dr. Altan Özkan, greatly done, and he pushes the flanges probably with the I didn't saw the instrument correctly, but he pushes flanges quite good.
Perfect. Lucas, the next talk will be from Dr. Priya Narang, a good friend from India, that she will show us the basic principles of iris disinsertion and Prolene flanged. Let's see it.
Hello, dear friends. At the outset, I would like to thank Sergio for this brilliant opportunity for me to come and give some tips on the iris disinsertion and the flanged Prolene. We all know the application of Prolene suture and fixing the Prolene suture, creating flanges and fixing up the intraocular lenses. But here today, I'm going to show you how to apply this technique to fixing up the iris tissue for the iris iridodialysis repair specially. So coming up to this is that the basic is, creating an optimal flange. So what exactly, when you're using, you need to have a correlation between the Prolene suture and the 30 gauge needle, or the gauge of the needle that you're actually using. So if you're practically using a 6 of Prolene, it has to be a 30 gauge needle. And if you're using a Prolene, it can be a 27 gauge needle or maybe sometimes a 26 gauge needle. So these are the basic things that you need to take into consideration while doing this. And I will be highlighting, how if you are on the either side, how difficult or a difficult scenario that maybe you can encounter during the surgical procedure. So first I'm going to show you the normal thing, and then I'll be showing you how the disinsertion can occur, when you're not going ahead with the right kind of the needle and the size of the Prolene suture. So this is the double flanged iris fixation, and this is the animation that it actually describes the procedure. So this is a 6-0 Prolene suture, and we are taking up, creating a flange, and then we are just riveting and compressing it so that you have much more surface area. Now this is a 30 gauge needle, and from the scleral groove you have introduced this. You have a flange on one side, it holds the iris tissue onto the other side, and then you again create a flange, and then you just bury it into the scleral tunnel or maybe a Hoffman pocket if you actually want to do that. You can keep on doing this surgical procedure along the entire area of the iridodialysis that you have, and you can keep on fixing the iris tissue to its base. So this was just an animation that describes, and we go on to a clinical video for this, and you can see this is a traumatic cataract, and this patient has an iridodialysis out there. So we are going to do a repair of that iridodialysis, and definitely we will also be removing the cataract in this patient. So I'm not emphasizing on the cataract surgery here, but what I'm trying to show you is that you have to do conjunctival peritomy along the area where you're actually having the iridodialysis. So that is one thing, and then you create a scleral groove along the entire length. Now this is a 6-0 Prolene suture, and you can take about 7-8 millimeters of the suture, centimeters of the suture. You can cut it off into different parts, and then you take a low temp cautery and you make a flange, and then you can just compress this flange, and then it becomes a rivet. The concept of doing this is that you get a much more wider area if you compress it, so that that flange has a much more wider area to hold the iris tissue. Now this is a very important step that you are now seeing. This is a 30 gauge needle, and it enters from the scleral tunnel. This 30 gauge needle, it goes and it will imbibe the periphery of the iridodialysis which is there, and then you would just take a 6-0 Prolene suture, which is a flanged suture, and the other side of that is threaded into the barrel of this 30 gauge needle. So once having done that, you will just withdraw this suture. So when you are withdrawing this, the entire suture part comes in, and I have just magnified this just to show you. And that's the flange, which just comes up, and you can hold the iris tissue out there. And then you have a much more bigger iridodialysis here. So you also need to do on the other side. So you do the similar thing on the other side, again with the 30 gauge needle. You are holding the periphery of the iris tissue with an end opening forceps, and then you have this again. You are trying to get this iris tissue inside, and again the suture thread, the 6-0 Prolene, again it goes into this needle, and you have to pass around 3 to 4 millimeters inside the 30 gauge needle, and then you can just pull it out. So now you have these two flanges coming up from one side, and then you can just titrate the tension here, because if you make it too tight, you will have too much of withdrawal of the iris suture here. But once you have done that, you can cut the excess of suture, and then with the remaining part, you can just dry it up, and you can create a good flange. Now, whenever you have this flange, you need to create it in a way that it gets buried into the scleral disc, and you just push it inside, and you can then cover it up with the conjunctiva. So that is a very crucial part of doing a double flange thing. So this the suture knobs, they get buried into the scleral thing, and then we are just sealing up this with this is just a fibrin glue. You can even just cauterize, and you can cover up the conjunctiva, and it is all said and done. And this is how you can do an iridodialysis repair with the flange technique. Now coming up to something that I actually want to show you, every time things, they do not go as we have actually planned. So if you see this is a very big iridodialysis, and I have made up a groove here, and I'm trying to flatten up this iris tissue here. So now I have again decided that, okay, I'm going to use that same Prolene flange technique. But, you know, I have again taken, I'm absolutely right here. I have taken a 6 Prolene suture, and then this is the flange. It's a big flange that I have created and riveted. But I made a mistake here. The needle that I have here is a 26 gauge needle. Now, what actually happens is that I did not even realize it. And, you know, when having done this, I have just, you know, imbibed this, and I'm trying to thread this inside. So it does thread very easily. But actually what happens, you know, that when you try to pull this flange, it actually gives way, because, you know, the opening that you have actually created with a 26 gauge needle is much more bigger than the size of the flange. So now it is definitely going to slip at that point of time. So that's actually a wrong thing. You know, you need to have a 30 gauge needle when you're using 6 Prolene suture. So then I was really, I kept on wondering what I should do for this patient. And then I decided, okay, maybe let me go ahead and finish off this case with a non-appositional iris repair. So this is again a non-appositional iris repair, which I'm actually doing. So whenever you are going to do a Prolene flange technique, you have to be very careful with the size of the needle, with the gauge of the suture material that you're actually using for your patient. So that was just a small demonstration that I wanted to give you. And this is how, you know, maybe you can use this technique to fix up the iris base and the iris repair procedure for the iridodialysis. And these are some of the key points that, you know, actually every surgeon should take into consideration to avoid the disinsertion, the slippage of the Prolene through the iris tissue. So these are some of the key points that I actually wanted to highlight in my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Lucas, any comment before to do your presentation?
Not many comments. I haven't tried this technique, but it looks promising, because when you are doing iridodialysis repair, you have to make a lot of knots, a lot of sutures, and flange techniques with bigger Prolene sutures. Looks promising and probably will work quite well.
Lucas, folks, I really love when Lucas show me his idea, okay? Because sometimes when you do Yamane technique with artificial iris, sometimes there's a tilt, and Lucas had this idea, and he will show it in ESCRS this year, right, Lucas?
No, probably this was after the ESCRS. I will present 2 surgeries, and these 2 surgeries were done March, and I started to planning them maybe after the ESCRS. Maybe we talked during that event.
You need to publish. You need to publish it.
Yeah, of course.
But let's go. Show us this good idea. I really like your idea.
Eric, can we have my screen? I will talk about solving tilt in artificial iris by combining Yamane and double flange techniques. So here are indications, but we are just not on time. We talked a lot. So about the surgical techniques in artificial iris. There are various scenarios how to fix artificial iris. It can be fixed in capsular bag, in sulcus, passive or vis suture, and it can be suture to sclera. There are a lot of different ways how to suture artificial iris to sclera. There can be Malbron-Lewis sutures with 10090 polypropylene suture, which is not commonly used now because of biodegradation. There also we can use Gore-Tex suture, but it's expensive and it's off-label, so not in all countries we can get that. Also, we can use Chariot technique or glued IL combined with a 3-piece IL, but it only will have 2 fixations. And we can use flange techniques, Yamane technique or double flange technique that Dr. Michael Ammon showed. So Yamane technique, when we are piercing IL through through the artificial iris. Here you can see this technique is done by Dr. Vladimir Pfeiffer, and this technique is quite good because it has only 2 flanges in the sclera. It only has 2 fixation points, and but in the other hand, it also has disadvantages because there are 2 implants on the 2 flanges, and there is a huge possibility of tilt, a huge possibility of a late post-operative flange decentration, the insertion inside the vitreous cavity. So as it was hard to get 4 loops IL for me, and the patient here you can see in the nasal part had a scleral scar. So I decided not to use 4 loop IL. I decided to use 3-piece IL. And the manufacturer recommends to use 3 fixation points, but as 3-piece IL has fixation points 100 degrees apart, so 3 fixation points would be not very logical. So I discussed this case with Dr. Sergio, and we thought about 4 fixation points. So I did prepare the iris. So you can see the IL is behind iris, and 2 fixation points with 50 Prolene is done at 6 and at 12 o'clock, and at 3 and at 9. There is IL haptics that holds artificial iris implant and IL together, whole complex together. So you can see I throw the sutures and I insert IL haptics inside the lumen of a needle, and then make final flange like in the Yamane technique. It was a little bit harder to get the haptic to the lumen because there is no place in the anterior chamber. You mostly are working in posterior chamber. And then I use a microscope feature to centrate the complex according the limbus white position. And then I did the final flanges on the 50 Prolene suture. And you can see the artificial iris and IL complex is well centered. And today I removed the last sutures for this patient, and the final result is 2020. So I'm glad the patient is glad. And the second patient was pretty much the same. The traumatic patient with a huge scar that starts from the sclera to the cornea. So also the preparation was very important. The IL is behind the artificial iris, and I implant the whole complex together. And in those both 2 cases, in the first and in this one, I chose to do corneal incisions because both patients had about 3 to 4 diopters corneal astigmatism after trauma. So I thought maybe I will do the scleral tunnel, but as the corneal astigmatism was on the right axis, so I made the corneal incision, and after the surgery, corneal astigmatism decreased. So I do fixation of the second haptic here, and the final flanges, and then the final flanges for sutures. Here I also used a microscope to centrate the whole complex. And I'm barring the flanges, and the complex is centrated, and the flanges buried on the conjunctiva. So here you can see the final results. And so take-home message about all the talks with artificial iris. So as patients with traumatic aniridia is younger ones, sutures with 10-0 or 9-0 polypropylene suture, as the suture biodegrades, so these sutures should be avoided. And there are various implants and various techniques. And why flanged techniques are nice, because they are faster in these huge surgeries, and you can use various implant and various IOL, various artificial iris implants, and you can combine them together. So thank you for listening.
Lucas, congratulations. I always tell you, you have a really good hands to challenge case. I like it, and congratulations for your idea. Now I think you have questions, and you have more experience than me with artificial iris, so we will answer all the questions. Thiago, do you want to show us the questions?
Sure. Let's see what comes up first here at the screen, so we can pass it to Dr. Lucas. What questions we have about the top? Okay, so first of all, is our great tip. Thank you for that. So I'd like to know if there are more questions. If you guys have more questions about iris and artificial lenses for Dr. Lucas, if you do, please join us here so we can pass it on.
So no more questions, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we don't have any then. Okay, maybe we can move along.
So Sergio, now probably subluxated eye.
Lucas?
Okay. Okay, Lucas is back.
Next session?
So before starting the session about punching and piercing IOLs, do we now start belt loop technique by Dr. McCabe? Sergio, what do you think?
Now is subluxation IOLs.
Yes, so we have a presentation of Dr. Kathy McCabe. So she has created a technique, belt loop technique. I'm really in love with this technique. I do maybe 5 or 4 cases each week of these cases. So before Sergio and Dr. Hudaija talked about how to prevent, how to save a natural bag during the first surgery. And Dr. Kathy McCabe showed a really brilliant technique where we can save the same intraocular lens by fixing it to the sclera. So I'm in love with this technique because it saves the same bag. You don't need to explant IOL, but there is a very, very important to correctly choose the right patient, because if you choose the right patient correctly, so the surgery has really brilliant results. So maybe we can start this presentation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kathleen McCabe, and I'm a cataract and refractive surgeon on the west coast of Florida. And I'd like to share with you the main principles of the belt loop technique. And these are my financial disclosures, which have no relevance to this topic. So the belt loop technique is a way of managing dislocated in the bag IOLs, primarily in the bag, although it can sometimes be just a freely dislocated IOL. And it is a very low technology technique. You only need 6-0 polypropylene suture, a 30 gauge long 1 1/4 inch needle, although there are other techniques we'll talk about as well. Low temperature handheld cautery, intraocular forceps are helpful. It's appropriate for any style lens. Single piece acrylic lenses are typically what we see, but also 3-piece IOLs, multifocals, extended depth of focus, advanced technology lenses, hydrophilic or hydrophobic acrylic lenses, silicone lenses, plate haptic lenses, PMMA lenses, just about any lens design you can think of, I have used this technique on. And having a CTR in the bag is only helpful as it gives you more substance to engage with the belt loop. And a lot of the time, it avoids the need for an anterior vitrectomy in these cases. One of the questions I often get is, where should I put the belt loop? So it really depends on the lens design. As you can see here, if you have a 3-piece lens, it's nicest to put the belt loop at the area of the curvature, the part of the curvature that's closest to the sclera. If there is a single piece acrylic and there's an area that is closer to the optic haptic junction and before an expansion of the width of the haptic, that's where I like locate those. And you can see some typical examples here. Here are some others. I tend to operate temporally, so this is what it would look like for me. I prefer to put the belt loop so that the phalanges are under the lid, so typically in a more vertical orientation, although if it's a toric lens, it may need to be in whatever orientation works best or is designed to be the axis of orientation for a toric lens. And, you know, it matters too if there's a fenestration. So we have a number of different lens designs with fenestrated haptics. Here's the AO60 on the left, and there's a single fenestration in the Invista lens on the right. If you're placing it, you want to be sure that you're very symmetric. So as you can see on the left, with the suture entering from above into the fenestration of the haptic, and then it wants to exit above on the other side, you would place the fellow belt loop on the other side with the other haptics in the same orientation. If it's a single fenestration, you may want to place things in an anti-torque fashion. So I'm going to show you an example of that. So here's some real patient examples. This is a single piece acrylic toric lens that had dislocated in a patient who had a trabeculectomy that was really functioning very well. We wanted to preserve conjunctiva. And luckily, the axis that we needed to place this was right where, there was conjunctiva away from the bleb. So I'm placing a needle through the capsular bag at the optic haptic junction, and then entering or putting a suture into the bore of the needle. A second needle was then placed into the sulcus, and then small phalanges created and then buried sufficiently into superficial layers of sclera. And we're going to see that again in a moment. Another way of introducing the polypropylene suture into the bevel of the needle is to do that by previously and then extrude it, or here you can see by externalizing the needle through a paracentesis, a longer needle, and then using that as a way of introducing the suture into the bore of the needle. So kind of different ways of getting the suture into the lumen of the needle are seen here. And again, examples of using two fenestrations where you just saw the AO60, or here we have an example of a single fenestration with a plate haptic lens, which was placed in the interchamber after it was on the retina, and my retina colleague picked it up and put it there. And now I'm placing polypropylene suture through the fenestration, and then I'm going to use that anti-torque placement where on one side the suture that is behind the lens is superior, on the other side the suture that passes behind the lens is inferior. So therefore, if one is twisting one way, the other pair of sutures is twisting in the opposite direction, and you get a better planar orientation for the lens. One of the key parts of this is making a very small flange. You don't need to make a large flange because the key prevention of further complications is to bury the flange well within superficial layers of sclera. And you can see that that happened here. Now we're going to go a little bit slower through the entire procedure. This is a patient with a single piece acrylic lens that dislocated in the bag. You want to cut the suture at a bevel, and it's very helpful to test it in the lumen of the needle before you start the procedure so that you're sure it will pass easily. I've marked 2 millimeters posterior to the limbus, placed a bent, long 30-gauge needle through conjunctiva and sclera, and then through the bag at the optic haptic junction, externalizing it and feeding this 6-0 polypropylene suture into the lumen of the needle. Then I'm passing a second needle anterior to that, now anterior to the capsular bag and IOL, and then externalizing the other end of the same piece of suture. So let's see that again on the opposite side. Here it is, 2 millimeters posterior to the limbus through the bag at the optic haptic junction, and then externalized through the paracentesis. introducing a piece of 6-0 polypropylene suture into the lumen of the needle, advancing the suture as I withdraw the needle so that it doesn't pull out of the needle. And then I'll make a large flange with low temperature cautery for a safety flange, as I call it. The second needle is placed anterior to the first and then anterior to the capsular bag and IOL complex, also externalized through the same paracentesis. The other end of the same piece of suture is introduced into the lumen of the needle, entered or advanced into the eye as you withdraw the needle, and then a large flange is again made on this side. So now this case has a belt loop around the haptic on either side that's exiting sclera and conjunctiva. And you want to elevate the lens very slowly by pulling on one of these 4 exposed ends of the suture, gradually elevating the IOL till it's right behind the iris. Then you're going to push into the sclera a little bit as you trim the suture and make a small flange. So once the tension is right, you want to make a very small flange that can be buried within superficial layers of sclera, kind of pushing in so you get the right tension when it's released. And you can adjust that and trim it again. So you can see I thought this was a little too long here. So I can melt it a little bit further, and then I can push it into those superficial layers of sclera. You want to really be careful to bury those phalanges well, not just underneath conjunctiva, but also underneath tenons and then within superficial layers of sclera so that it has the least risk of eroding in the future. And then I always check to make sure that the lens looks very stable at that point. So the steps for the belt loop technique are listed here. They're all the things we just talked about. You can see on the image on the right, the top image shows a large flange, was one of my first cases, which was not buried sufficiently and eroded through conjunctiva, is exposed, and the patient was taken back to the operating room, and a small flange created and then buried into the superficial layers of sclera, as you can see in the bottom right image. Where do we want to do this procedure? Well, you want to do it when you want to retain the lens. So the first 2 cases that I did were patients with multifocal lenses who wanted to keep that technology. Sometimes it's because the lens is difficult to remove, like a PMMA lens or a plate haptic lens. You might want to avoid disturbing conjunctiva, like the patient I showed with a functioning bleb, or very scarred or thin conjunctiva after pars plana vitrectomy or extraocular muscle surgery, or if you're trying to avoid an anterior vitrectomy. And you can see examples of very well buried phalanges in the bottom right picture, where you see just a little bit of white sclera over the flange itself. We're trying to avoid this, decentration and tilt, damage to the IOL, and especially erosion of the flange through conjunctiva. So key steps: cut the suture segment at a bevel, test it outside the eye, make a longer tunnel when passing the needle through sclera by staying parallel to the iris plane. You can feed the suture into the needle lumen either inside the eye with microforceps or by externalizing a large or a longer needle through a paracentesis, or by preloading the suture into the needle and then extruding it intraocularly. You want to push the suture into the eye as you withdraw the needle, make a large safety flange initially, slowly externalize more suture to adjust the tension, hold the suture while indenting into the sclera slightly when you're at the proper tension, and then cut the suture 1 to 1.5 millimeters from the surface to make a small flange, which is then buried into the superficial layers of sclera. And this paper that you see listed here that was published in 2021 shows that, really lots of different gauge needles along with gauges of polypropylene suture work. But when it's 8.0 and only a very small amount of suture that's melted, like a 0.5 millimeter, those are less likely to be strong enough over time. So thank you so much for your attention.
Lucas, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I have several comments on Dr. McCabe technique. So first of all, I think one of the contraindication for this technique is hydrophobic IOLs, because when you stretch the loops, so the IOL doesn't hold firmly. So it's better to do this technique with hydrophobic IOLs. And also, if there is a summering ring and you fixate this IOL, I have many experiences with high intraocular pressure after the surgery. So in these cases where there is summering ring, I would like to recommend not to fixate the same IOL, but to explant and to implant the new one, to do Canabrava technique or to do Yamani technique, whatever you are comfortable with. And I have a little modification of this technique when in the first surgery, CTR is implanted. So I'm doing 4 loops, 2 around the haptics and 2 around CTR. In this way, I have no tilt, and in this way, it's easy to centrate the IOL together with CTR together. And I have really great results with them. And Sergio, we have a question, or should we answer now or after? Yeah, the question is, what is our opinion about Telegins technique where the flanges are buried inside the corneal pocket, not the scleral tunnel? In my personal opinion, if the flange is made correctly and if the flange is buried correctly in the scleral tunnel, we don't have any complications. There is a very low risk of erosion, conjunctival erosion, and there is a very low risk of endophthalmitis. And so if the flange is buried, fine. And in Telegin technique, he uses, I think, 9080 polypropylene technique, and it's fine. This technique is fine, but it's more time consuming, and as far as the usual flanges in the scleral tunnel does not make any complications. And as far as research doesn't provide any other information, I think it's safe and faster. What do you think, Sergio?
We will discuss this point in controversial. I will share this technique. Okay. I'm looking for long-term papers, but I didn't find. Okay, if anybody find any papers about long-term follow-up in this, when you put the flange in the cornea, I'm not sure. I didn't find it. I prefer to implant in the sclera. Okay. There is another question, but I think, Lucas, you need to go to your presentation, because so you have about 3 hours in summit, really long, but you are discussing everything about flanged Prolene. Amazing. Lot of colleagues from part of the world stay here together with us. Let's go.
Okay, so I would like to finish the subluxated IOL session by presenting how this technique can be adopted. Eric, can you show my screen? So we have a case where artificial iris together with IOL complex was implanted to the patient and sutured with 10-0 polypropylene suture. And do you see my screen?
Not yet. Eric,
okay, Eric?
Can you share Lucas' screen? Not?
Oh, I have to share by myself. Sorry, I stopped. So just a second. Just a second. Okay.
Great.
Yeah. Do you see?
Yes, now you can see.
Yes, so it is a preparative image of a patient with a dislocated IOL and artificial iris complex, and it was sutured 10 years ago in other country with 10-0 polypropylene, and as Prolene suture degraded, so the whole implant was dislocated to the vitreous cavity. So by this case, I want to show how this Prolene's flange techniques can be used in difficult cases. So here you can see Morsher implant that is not produced anymore, but it had 2 eyelets. It's a panoramic implant. So I used 2 sutures in the both haptics, and I used them to fixate this whole complex. So first of all, I tried not to drop this implant on the retina, so I inserted drop-hairs to hold to ask our assistant to hold, and I then pushed the sutures, stretched the sutures, and made final flanges. And after the surgery, I didn't understood why I get myopic target of -2, but then the patient told me that it was for whole life after implant. And today he came, the vision was uncorrected 15/20, and corrected visual acuity was 20/20. So this case quite good represents how can you solve this technique of really difficult scenarios, really difficult cases. So Sergio, we can go probably to the next session.
Yes, I'm just opening this next session with push and piercing IOL, and I have some numbers to share with you, Lucas. I just, while you did your presentation, I just went to the YouTube channel, and you can see Thiago. You want to say some words?
Yeah. First of all, there's a question here. What's your opinion about putting the flanges in a corneal pocket?
You
done.
You answered this one.
Oh, has already? Oh, sorry. I had to. Yes. I went for a glass of water at that time.
No problem.
Dr. Canabrava, can we call Dr. Oscar for next session?
Yes, but I want to show Lucas the numbers till now. Lucas, showing in the screen. Till now, Lucas, during these 3 hours of event, you have 1,393 colleagues, paces in the room. In the meantime to visualization, 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Really large audience for this specific topic, flanged Prolene. Amazing, Lucas. Yeah. Good job. Good job.
And then we can see how it is important for us to have this kind of a summit going on, and to teach and take all the questions from the audience in this exchange with the other doctors. I think it's very important. So congratulations for y'all, and for everybody who is being part of this, and everybody who's sending questions as well, because we believe that with that kind of integration amongst people, among the peers, that's the only way to grow together, right?
Yes, let's go.
Okay, let's go. So let's go for our next session, which is piercing IOLs, right, doctor? So it's punches and piercing IOLs. I would like to call back to the stage Dr. Oscar. If you're available, Dr. Oscar, if you're there. Yes, there he is. I was the only one that had left for a while, so I missed the question. Anyway, so Dr. Oscar, thank you again for being here, and the stage is yours, like Dr. Canabrava would like to say. Punches and piercing IOLs for you guys.
Thank you very much, Thiago. So since Dr. Sergio described in 2017 the technique, all the world was thinking and putting flanges to all the devices with holes. Then when they ran out of ideas, we start making holes into the IOLs and the devices. So that's our next session, punch and piercing IOL. We're going to start with Dr. Morgan Micheletti from Berkeley Eye Center, with a really, really interesting topic about IOL punch and flanged Prolene to rescue subluxated IOL. So do we have the talk of Dr. Micheletti?
Yes, Oscar, but before the Oscar Micheletti lecture, I will present some points about what I learned about the piercing, okay? You can stay here with me.
Great.
Oscar, this was my first way that I tried to punch IOL in 2019, okay? So you can see I tried many ways to punch the IOL, and I published it in American Academy website in 2019. So this was the first punch. Observe
The surgeon will
how
be able to punch
hard
two
is this
holes in the
punch.
optic zone in each side of the IOL.
So what I learned for my mistake, Oscar, because this is a summit like a consensus, please never do this kind of punch that I did. Never punch the optical zone. My research in this kind of piercing IOL, when you piercing the optical zone, you have the great chance of tilt. Okay, so in this session, we will discuss the Dr. Michelet punch and Dr. Durval punch, that they improved my idea. They punch the haptic and not the optical zone. So it's a consensus. I did this test in 2019, Oscar. I tell for anybody, please, don't do this kind of punch. This was my publication, but it's not good when you piercing the optical zone because the flange tilts. Makes sense for you, Oscar?
Yes, it has a lot of sense. I have seen it, and also other doctors used to cut the haptics. So that's a really good point, because it's better if we do it from the haptics, right?
Yes. So let's go.
Let's go.
Hi, I'm Morgan Micheletti. I'm a cataract refractive and anterior segment surgeon at Berkeley Eye Center in Houston, Texas, where I'm also the director of research and fellowship director. All right, so today I'm talking about the punch and rescue technique in particular for rescuing advanced technology IOLs. I in particular use this for patients who have multifocal or toric lenses, because I think there's some other options in terms of the double flange technique that can be better utilized with just monofocal lenses. But for me, we see these dislocated lenses all the time, no surprise here. And we have a lot of different options. I'm sure many of them you'll hear during this summit, such as belt loop, eyelet loop, or even piercing the IOL and then utilizing a double flange or even a lasso suture to fixate it. And this is one of the first techniques that I started using with the polypropylene suture. Was the belt loop that Dr. McCabe first kind of described. So this is a patient who had a dislocated lens, and I'm going to go through these kind of quickly just because of the time limitations here. This is a dislocated lens in the anterior chamber. I like a pars plana approach to some of these, and so I'm going to come in just through posteriorly to the haptic, go ahead and preload the needle with the 6.0 Prolene, and then just thread it right back, 3.5 millimeters posterior to the limbus. And it's a really quick and easy process, especially where in this particular patient, there was only one side of zonulopathy. So again, just suture or create the flanges and move on. That case is pretty much complete, do a little vitrectomy. Well, sometimes though, if you need to do a belt loop on both sides, it's important to use a counter torsion or a counter placement or anti-torque placement of the sutures. And so you can see kind of that difference between these two videos. The sutures kind of run in opposite directions, and that leads to stability of the lenses, in particular when you're using a spread on the belt loop. So if you go vertically one on top of the other, anterior to posterior, you don't necessarily need to worry about this as much, but if you do spread them out a little bit, which I occasionally do, then you do need to consider the anti-torque placement. Now, a lot of people, I've seen videos of piercing IOLs with a needle. Now, this is a large example using a 25 gauge needle just to show and really highlight that this actually creates a slit or a tear in the IOL, not necessarily a nice hole. Same thing with passing a suture needle. Again, this is a very large example just to kind of over exaggerate that you're creating these sharp edges and you're not actually removing material from the lens. So you can create these small little tears that can cheese wire later on or can cause UGG or other type syndromes. Now, this was one of the first cases that I described, the IOL punch, which I designed for use inside the eye. I know Sergio Canabrava has a phenomenal punch and did some of the first punch work outside of the eye. This is kind of one of the first ones being done inside the eye. So it creates a nice round punch and actually removes the core piece and can be used inside the eye. And you create this nice little rounded core that provides stability because it's a curved surface that's left over. And so the nice thing is you can come in and just do one pass. This is how I used to do it now, and I'll show this kind of initial video here. So this is how I started, going right through the haptic-optic junction vertically. The problem with this, and I'll use a 5/0 Prolene suture, which I typically now use a 6/0 Prolene suture, or perhaps even smaller, is that the flange or the polypropylene has to make a 90-degree turn coming out of the haptic-optic junction, which can lead to tilt. Now you can see the core piece that I had removed there. And then threading through that 5/0, this looks really big now, but that 5/0 Prolene suture, and then docking it into the 27 gauge needle underneath. Now this video is out there, you can find it online, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on this because I wanna talk about, this was the paper we published afterwards in terms of the technique, but I wanna talk about how I kind of do things now, because I have changed. This is a dislocated toric lens, and so I'm actually gonna calculate where I want to make a pass through the needle, in this case 33 degrees away from the toric marks, and I'm gonna go through the haptic horizontally, because it makes more sense, right? I want all the IOL and the haptics in plane. Same thing with the flanges, because that limits the amount of rotation or tilt you can get, which is what was happening with some of my early punch cases. So this lens is kind of dangling by a thread here, so we're gonna kind of grab it and pull it up and enlarge the incision here for the punch. Now what I'm gonna do, I started with an AC maintainer. I've tried a couple of different ones. In this case, I ended up removing it because there just wasn't enough room, but I'm gonna go through that predetermined spot in the haptic and punch through horizontally. So this is a horizontal punch and rescue technique that I've done a few years ago and have since converted all my methods or all of my cases to be this same way. Now I'm aligning here. The axis is actually 99 degrees, but as we are a little different, but as we mentioned, we're actually passing through 33 degrees off axis, and so I had to adjust my toric marks in order to get the toric marks where I want them, not necessarily where these scleral passes are. But anyways, after doing this on both sides, we're gonna kind of just finish everything up here, again, using low temp cautery, really burying the flanges deep into the sclera, getting them below tenons and finishing the case. Nice round iris and a well-centered toric lens. Now this is another really cool case. This is a case by Dr. Ayers and some of the retina group at Will's Eye, where they pull up a trifocal lens off the retina, prolapse the haptic out of the eye, and then do a horizontal punch, just as I described previously, through the haptic itself to then go ahead and fixate. Now I'm gonna kind of fast forward here just for the sake of time, but really, really cool idea to just go ahead and pull it out. Makes it a lot simpler than trying to pass it through. So if you have an opportunity to try this for the first time, an easier way to do it is to just prolapse the haptic through the incision. That works great if you have a free lens. Now, typically when I do this, I do like to have the bag IOL complex together. I think it really helps protect the haptics, but just something to keep in mind, you can, or people have done this outside of the capsular bag. And then lastly, what I'll mention is that you can use this as a rescue technique. Let's say you're doing intrascleral haptic fixation and God forbid the haptic breaks off at the last second after you've already done one side. You could come in and create a hole through the IOL and then create your own flange. So that is kind of a nice backup method to intrascleral haptic fixation if you needed to. All right, so with that, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure joining you. If you haven't tuned in to my podcast yet, the History of Eye Care podcast is a great way to learn about the big names in our field that have done so many incredible things, to figure out how we got to where we are today. But thank you so much for this time. Thank you, Sergio. I really appreciate the opportunity to discuss punch and rescue. It's one of the many things that has been unlocked by some of your incredible innovations and work with polypropylene sutures. So thank you so much. Bye.
Oscar?
Yes, Dr. Sergio.
Oscar, I think when the surgeons becomes to piecing the haptic of the IOL, it's improved the outcomes. What's your opinion?
Yes, I think that it opens a whole world of options, even for multifocal IOLs, that we will discuss it later today. Because, I mean, when we think about fixing a lens, we always pass on mind to 3-piece IOL or 4 eyelets IOL. But this is a whole world of possibilities to do for toric lenses or multifocal lenses. So I think that it's a great way to do it.
So next, do you want to present Dr. Durval, your friend?
So we're gonna pass with the next topic with Dr. Durval Carvalho. He's a renowned surgeon from Brazil also, and he was president of BRASCRS and author of 2 books of scleral fixation. So we are glad to have it here, talking about IOL haptic punch to scleral fixation. Let's go.
Eric, can you share the video for us? Dr. Durval video. While Dr. Eric shared the video, if the audience wants to send any question. Eric, can you share the video? Yes? 1 minute. Oscar, you have, after this lecture, you have toric IOLs model. Okay. And after you have solving problem, right?
Yes.
And so miscellaneous, and you close. I think more 30 minutes, you finish the summit. About 4 hours in live is really, really, I never saw one topic, one technique to have 4 hours, and there is many other modifications that you couldn't insert here. Any comments about it?
Yes, Dr. Sergio, and in the time that we have the talk of Dr. Durval, something really, really important that we haven't talked, but in our experience teaching this technique was a shorter curve with less complication than in other techniques as Yamani, for example. Because in this kind of techniques, you have as many intents or as many ways to do it as many Prolene you have. And for example, in Yamani, if they broke an haptic or something, then the thing's gone wrong. So this is something important that for teaching and for learning how to solve aphakia, I think that the 4-flanged techniques are a really, really good option for even beginner surgeons in this kind of problems.
Yes. Eric, done?
And to participate in the first Global Flanged Prolene Summit. I will talk about my technique, the piercing for flange. Some years ago, I tried to use the piercing technique, but with needle, passing through the haptic, but it is not reproducible because you can damage the haptic when pass through the haptic, okay? So you damage the haptic and you have to change. We have to exchange this IOL. So it's not. I had to improve this technique. Another way to think it was developed by Canabrava with IOL punch, with a vertical punch in a optic part, and Micheletti, following this idea, creating this micro punch to improve the maneuvers inside the eye. But which is better fixed to the IOL in the optical part or in the haptic? So I developed this new instrument, the haptic micropunch, to do my piercing for flange technique. This new instrument, the haptic micropunch, is different because it offers an horizontal punch. So because I think that haptic fixation is more physiological, closer to the sclera. So this is better because you absorb the scleral compression and avoid the tilt of IOL. This instrument is popular for haptic. You have one place to fit the haptic and do the perfect micro hole. And horizontal haptic microhole is performed. This is much better because the suture has the same direction when fixated at the sclera. And another advantage, the microhole is resistant, so you can do any movement inside the eye. So the other materials that you need for this technique is the microforceps, like a hermed, or with teeth like a crocodile. And the suture, I prefer the 5.0 polypropylene because it's a little bit thicker. It is very important to perform this technique. Use also the thermal cautery, and the needle are the same, and is the same of using and Yamane techniques, the thin wall 29 gauge lumen needle. And this technique is mainly was tested and used for this platform, C-Haptic single piece IOL, and for ESCRS family platform from Alcon, and Technis family platform from Johnson & Johnson. The steps of piercing for flange techniques are these. You have first to punch the haptics. To punch, you use this new instruments, the micro punch. You must use the one continuous movement until it crosses the entire haptics. The micro holes must be equidistant, and the both sides 180 apart from, and approximately 2 millimeters from haptic tip. So this is like it appears. So you can also micro punch in the anterior chamber or externalize the haptic to do outside the eye, like those, like this. So after that you to assembly, you use the propylene must be cut in an acute angle to facilitate to pass through the haptic and also for the needle. The internal flange must be thicker than the haptic microhole to hold firmly, and assemble the cartridge in the same way that you have used in your operating room. The angle, the angulation of the sclerotum, I prefer the perpendicular to maintain the haptic position. This is much better comparing with the parallel transfixation. I use 2 millimeters from the limbus and change to 2.5 in high myopic eyes. After that, you have to capture the linking haptic suture. Can be before the introduction of cartridge. We call this remote control. And after, the second part is capture the trailing haptic suture. It should be cut shorter, approximately 6 millimeters, also at an acute angle. So do this inside the eye. This is very important. It's, one great advantage of this technique is the lollipop maneuver. This is a maneuver you have to align the IOL with iris plane. You can rotate using the IOL using moving the suture, but for that you have to have one very thin haptic hole, and the Prolene must be thicker. The line, in this case, using 5.0. In another necessary point, that is, you have the straight and horizontal haptic hole. At the end, you bury the scleroflange. You have I cut approximately 1 millimeter from the forceps. You have to make sure to dry the surrounding area before heating, and bury the flange in the sclera until it almost disappears in one soft movement. So let's see the video. Here's the micro punch. It's you have to fit the haptic at this space and do in the perfect movements. So this is the micro hole, very thin micro hole that's well centered, and do in the equidistant after another haptic. So I make a big flange, huge enough to don't pass through the haptic and hold this firmly. As you pass all the Prolene, and assembling in the cartridge. So this is the same way you cut in a acute angle, pass through another haptic in the same way, and finish to assembling in exactly the same way that you have using for regular surgery. Now in the eye, you make the perpendicular tunnel. It's much better to centrate, and threads the suture inside the needle and pull out the Prolene. For the trailing haptic suture, you do the same, but you cut shorter the Prolene, and grab with the microfocus and do the same. Thread the suture inside the needle until to pull out this suture following the haptic. After that, you hold firmly, trim the suture approximately 1 millimeter, and do the flange and bury the flange inside. Then the other side, the same thing. That is a very nice position, because you put the implants, and when you bury, you keep the haptic away from the ciliary process. This is the appearance of the position of the IOL, and you can use in several cases, especially when you have planning in the premium IOL, and with toric or multifocal IOL. In posterior capsular rupture, in another case like keratoconus. This is and you can use also in subluxated IOL. Though this is some advantages of this IOL, but mainly I'm very impressed when I see this patient in the first post-operative day. There's basically has no complaints. There is no inflammatory signs. This is like very similar to the post-operative of successful cataract surgery. And you have also the advantage of Canabrava technique and the Amman technique, that are flapless. You don't cut the conjunctiva, and a lot of this advantage. The disadvantage is in patients with using a combined surgery, retinal combined surgery, When you have to implant gas or silicone, you can observe some tilt of this IOL, but you can fix it with an implant of viscoelastic substance in anterior chamber. So I'd like to thank the invitation and the collaborators and my fellows for this new technique. Thank you very much.
So, Oscar and Marcos, let's see the next, your boss, Marcos.
Yes.
Now you need to do a good job to introduce your boss. And I'm sure you are so anxious to do it, my friend.
Yes, it's a great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Professor Abela Formanek from Vienna. I think you have to put her online as well because she's doing live. Yeah, great.
Hello, Abela.
Claudette, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm very sorry. I'm almost there.
So I just will introduce you meanwhile. So
Yes.
Professor Abela Formanek is the head of the Department for Cataract and Intraocular Lens Implants in Medical University of Vienna. And she's not only an excellent anterior segment surgeon, but also has many years of experience in vitreoretinal surgery. And yeah, she's giving a talk about toric lenses in using the 4 flange technique, and also a rationale about multifocal IOLs, why it makes sense, why it doesn't make sense. So it's one talk. Okay.
Hi.
So I hope I covered everything.
Hi, thank you, Marcus. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
All right. Perfect. Thank you for the very kind invitation and introduction. Sergio, I'm very happy to be part of your summit. And you did a great job in bringing so many people together. So I'm very happy to be here. And I'll just be as short as I can be due to the time. So I'll be talking about toric lenses, the implantation of toric lenses. And we had some experience by implanting the Carlevali lens, and we carried on using this kind of technique for the 4 flange technique, which I find a very good technique. And to implant toric lenses, you need to have the topography of the cornea, and it needs to be a regular astigmatism. You need to know your surgically induced astigmatism, and of course the axial lens position. So we tried to answer all these questions with a very nice publication where we looked at our patients post-op. We did a prospective study where we checked for the refractive outcome and the lens power calculation, surgically induced astigmatism in this 4 flange technique. And we included 28 patients to make sure that their patients also have a very good macula. And these patients had a surgically induced astigmatism of about half a diopter with a standard deviation of about 1 diopter. There was a bit of a difference between both right and left eyes, but there was no clinical significance. So the results are pretty good regarding surgically induced astigmatism if you stick to a standardized protocol. And then we also found out what's the prediction error. And the patients were off by about 0.3 diopters in the hyperopic region. And the holiday was the better biometry formula used to get the better results. So we implanted the Soleco FIL 611 toric lens. This lens is actually very similar to the Carlevali lens, but it has four haptics. It is implanted in the 0 degrees axis, just like you do the Carlevali lens, and it is a custom-made lens. So these lenses are ordered from Italy, and we have about waiting time of about 4 weeks. It comes in a diopter range of 1 to 16 diopters with a step of 0.25 diopters. So it's very good for patients who have, for example, post-BKP. And so the loops are about 5 millimeters apart, so you need to put the flanges 5 millimeters apart at 2.5 millimeters behind the limbus. These are our results. The preoperative mean diopter astigmatic refraction was 4.5 diopters with a standard deviation of about 2.5, and the range was 1.5 to 8 diopters. And post-operatively, we achieved a mean of 1.2 diopters with a standard deviation of 0.7 and a post-op range from 0.25 to 2.5. So you can see we are capable of reducing the astigmatism quite well, despite the fact that there is a high standard deviation. On the left-hand side, you can see that at the bottom, at the bar chart, so you can see that we have here a correction of the astigmatism below 1 diopter in over 60% of the patients, and below 1.5 diopters in 75% of the patients. And these are pretty good results. So as you can see also, there's a centration of the preoperative corneal astigmatism. There's a centration of the refractive astigmatism, and it's pretty well centered, which are very good results for these kind of patients. I'll just introduce a case. This was a case of aphakia and aniridia in a 58-year-old male after trauma, and he had a corneal astigmatism of 2.5 diopters, around 2.5 diopters preoperatively. And I will just show a bit of the video. I primarily planned to implant the lens at 12 o'clock, and I realized that he has a very big scar. So I decided to implant the lens at the 0 degrees axis. After cutting preparing the artificial iris, the lens is pre-loaded with the sutures. This is something I did because he was completely aniridic, and cases of patients where the iris is present, I actually first implant the lens and then feed the future. In this case, I always do the first 2 haptics to make sure that the lens doesn't fall behind into the posterior chamber. After that, after the lens is fixated, I decided to fixate the lens in 2 steps, the lens in 1 step and the iris in another step, just in case there should be any problems with the Prolene sutures later on in life. It's a relatively young patient, and I decided to do a 2-step implantation. So after fixating the lens in the normal standard way, as we have been then I implanted the artificial iris after fixating it with 7.0 Prolene. I use 7.0 Prolene for the iris because it's also much lighter and not to perforate the iris and cause larger holes. So once the iris has been fed with the Prolene, it's implanted in the eye, and I had one position was not well fit, so I re-punctured the iris, which is not very difficult to do, and I positioned the iris at a better position and with a 3-point fixation, and this led to a very good result. So we carry on from there. The results were post-op, as you can see, minus 0.75 diopters in the 1 diopter cylinder, and he had 20/20 vision, no dysphotopsia, and he had very good centration of 5.8, a tilt of 5.8 degrees and decentration of 0.42, which is within the limits also after cataract surgery. So in conclusion, 4 Flanged techniques combined with custom-made toric IOLs, leads to a significant reduction of astigmatism, and due to surgically induced astigmatism, toric 4 Flanged IOL should be considered nice with astigmatism of more than 2 diopters, because anywhere below that, we usually have, our error is still too high. And I'll move on to the second talk, which is about premium IOLs in 4 Flanged. And this is actually a continuation of the other study, since we wanted to see, is it viable to implant premium lenses in these eyes? Because these patients usually have a high expectation, and many of these lenses only have a late onset dislocation and have a good macula. So we carried on from here, and we have answered most of the questions we need to know. As we found out in the study, about 50 to 60% of the patients had a refractive error of within half a diopter, and about 80% were within 1 diopter. Just to compare it to the cataract patients, it's somewhere between around 80% are within half a diopter correction, and over 90% are within 1 diopter. So we're still not yet there with our precision. And here are the results, as I have mentioned before, that we also end up being somewhere on the hyperopic side. So what we do is we implant patients who have an axial length of above 24 millimeters. We implant a lens which has a bit of a higher diopter range to correct for the hyperopia for smaller eyes. And we found out that longer eyes tend to become more myopic. So we reduce the diopter after the axial length of 24 millimeters to try to achieve better results. So these results we will publish another time. And the main tilt was about 6.8 degrees, and the range was somewhere between 3 and 12 degrees. And the direction of the tilt, as Marcus explained before, was infratemporal, which is comparative to the normal crystalline lens. The decentration was about 0.5 millimeters. And the question is it viable to implant a multifocal lens, for example? At the moment, I would say it's not yet to be, I don't think it's a good idea. We have very good tilt and decentration, which would speak for the implantation of a multifocal lens. The refractive prediction error, it depends. I think once you have standardized your technique and you have checked your results, maybe that would be a viable option. But the problem is there's residual astigmatism at the moment is still too high. And of course, these patients, about 10% of these patients, and then publications up to 20% of these patients have cystoid macular edema, Irvin-Guest syndrome. Some patients develop glaucoma or retinal detachment, and you never know what's going to happen in the future. So at the moment, I would say one has to be a bit more careful after the implantation of multifocal lenses. So thank you very much. And good. I hope that the rest of the session will run as well as it has been.
Sergio, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? I haven't changed anything.
No, Sergio, we can't hear Sergio. Yeah. Thiago, you're also muted.
Not anymore, I guess. So I said, since nobody could hear Sergio, I'm back here to see if anybody has questions about the multifocal IOL and Flanged Prolene. Dr. Marcus, do you have any questions for Dr. Claudette at this point? To start
yes, very nice talk. Thank you very much for your time. Do you think, because we saw like also those punch techniques where you punch a multifocal IOL and put it into an eye, do you think it makes sense to do that? Because we have to reduce astigmatism to a maximum in premium IOLs to get all the benefits. And I think, what is your opinion on also using those punch techniques in multifocal IOLs, premium IOLs? Do you think that makes sense right now?
I think it's necessary to do studies to check how centered the lenses are, how good the prediction error is, because if you have a multifocal lens in the eye, which you are saving, and you're going to change his refractive error and his refraction at the end of the day, if he becomes myopic, he's not going to gain much from this multifocal lens. And so far, the techniques look very nice, but I think it's very important now to also talk about the precision of the post-op refraction and centration and tilt, because that's another question with soft haptics. In this case, when you're using the haptic with a punch, are you getting a good tilt? Are you getting a good centration? And I mean, all these videos are all very, very good to see, of course. And I think it's very good to have all the instrumentarium you have to save lenses if the patient wants to insist on keeping his lens. But it's a question of how good you really are at the end of the day.
Yeah, we have this question here: if it's possible doing this procedure using a haptic multifocal IOL using Dr. Duval's technique. What do you think?
Is that the punch? Which?
Yeah, it's a punch technique. Yeah, it's a punch technique.
Oh,
well, I think it's for every punch you're using. Of course, I think the side punch is sort of the vertical punch where you're doing it on the side is always better. That's what I do think. I'm not sure if there are any results using this technique, how centered the lenses are, how is the effective lens position at the end of the day. Many of these lenses are not at the same position as it was when it was on the bag. So, we are implanting our lenses 2.5 millimeters behind the limbus, which is a bit further away than where the normal lens would be after cataract surgery. That's the reason what's the question? The question is, what kind of results do we want to achieve?
Professor Abella, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, the microphone, the battery of the microphone died. I think because I'm almost 4 hours meeting was not expected. Professor Abella, I really love your presentation. I think, as you told in toric IOL, it's help again, because sometimes you have patients with a big astigmatism. But I agree with you. Multifocal IOL is really controversial because the position of the rings and the effective lens position. And let's see the future about this technique with multifocal IOL.
Yes, I think that what's important is the precise markings. It's very important how precise you mark behind the limbus. It's very important how the distance is between your sutures. It's important to have standardized techniques which everybody maybe uses, so that one day we can maybe implant these premium lenses. And it's the development of better prediction of for the possibility to improve our biometry formulas, which in the end is possible if we have standardized techniques, surgery techniques. Then we can also use maybe some formulas to improve the refractive error after surgery for secondary lens implantations. And it's not far away, to be honest.
Yes.
Because
Eric,
the videos you're seeing, yeah.
Is there any question from the audience?
We answered that already. This question was already answered, yeah.
Another question for Professor Abella. No?
Okay.
Abella, really congratulations. I hope to see you in Copenhagen.
Yes, well, see you. Looking forward to. Take care. All the best.
Thank you. For you too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Let's go. Next presentation. I think the final, more 2 models. Solving complication now.
Yeah, now solving complications. And I'd like to call back to the stage Dr. Oscar, who's here with us. Good.
Hi.
There you go. Solving complications topic with Dr. Oscar. Thank you very much, Doctor, again.
Thank you so much, Thiago. I will share my screen. Let me see if you can see all my slides.
You can see your slide yet?
Okay. Is it already there?
Now, yes. Now, perfect.
Great. So we're going to discuss about late internalized flanged polypropylene. So, well, we have discussed this during the full day. The full flanged also it's used for CTR, IOLs, any other device. So we're going to describe an article published by Dr. Sergio Canabrava with a case of late internalized double flanged and how to solve it. Okay, so let's go to the case. So this is a case of a 32 years old woman with Marfan syndrome who had history of cataract surgery and double flanged in both eyes. So at 1 year, she developed capsular phimosis and IOL subluxation. As we can see, the segment of the Prolene was internalized. So first, Dr. Sergio performed JAK laser to solve the anterior phimosis, and then was scheduled for a new Flanged procedure. So the plan is to remove that segment that is internalized and then set a new one inside the eyelet of the CTR. Okay, so let's see the video. So first, we're gonna grab the previous flanged and cut it carefully in the anterior chamber. It's important to do it here to avoid that the segments that we are cutting falls into the vitreous cavity. The anterior chamber is filled with viscoelastic, and carefully by a paracentesis with a retina forceps, we're gonna remove the internalized segment of polypropylene. So once that we remove that one, we're gonna pass through a scleral tunnel. Remember the importance that Dr. Sergio has renowned to do a long scleral tunnel, and through a needle, we're gonna pass the Prolene to do the new segment of double flanged. Okay, so that we saw how the Prolene gets to the end of the needle to avoid loss it in the sclera. Then we're gonna remove the needle. Look how the tunnel is long. That's the idea of all of these procedures, because it will make us sure that the Prolene is inside the sclera, it's in a right place, and we're gonna avoid endophthalmitis if we bury it into the sclera. So we're gonna do the first flanged in the distal part of the Prolene, and then pass it through the sclera until we see that the complex is centered. Look how the anterior capsule has the JAK laser shots to solve the phimosis. Then we center it, and the most important is to make the pressure over the sclera with the retina forceps with the right tension that will allow us to have the Prolene long enough to be centered once that the flanged is done. And at the end, as we have talked all the day, the flanged is buried to avoid endophthalmitis. So there was another paper from Sindal Manavi that with a comparison of sutured versus sutureless scleral fixated intraocular lenses, and they studied 109 cases, two groups, one with sutural scleral fixated and one sutureless scleral fixated IOLs. And they observed that transient cystoid macular edema was the most common in sutured techniques. So even that though there was a risk of late IOL subluxation, the 5-0 polypropylene, it's safe and also with a good safety outcomes if the flanged are well buried. Okay, so as a conclusion of this kind of complications, the double flanged technique described by Dr. Canabrava, it's safe to stabilize not only IOLs, also CTR, and we saw in this video a good way to solve one of the complications that can happen. Okay, so I finished this talk, Dr. Sergio, and I think that we can continue with the schedule.
Oscar, thank you. Let's my presentation. Let's see about solving Prolene flange complication. I did a quick review route to solving different types of complication. Here, for example, is exposed flange. Sometimes you find it when you performing fourth flanged or flanged Prolene technique. To solve it is easy. You publish it in JCRO years ago, and it's so easily, but you need to go to the operating room quickly, urgently, that you find a erosion conjunctiva like this. It's easy to perform. You go cut this flange, reduce the size of the flange, It's because sometimes the flange is too large and reduce the size of the flange, and so hated it again, and so bury it inside the sclera again. Is not so difficult. Observe how I did a smaller flange than the another one. This one, the problem. The second one is flanged conjunctival erosion. When you saw a flange that start to do a conjunctival erosion, you need to open the conjunctiva. In this point, the conjunctiva doesn't erode yet, so you need to open the conjunctiva, remove the flange from the capsule tunnel, and so you do the same. You, in this moment, how you open the conjunctiva, you cut the flange again, reduce the size of the flange, and so bury it. And observe, in this moment, to avoid grow internal epithelium problem, you need to cauterize it around the flange, okay? And so, as you can observe, cauterize around the flange, and here you can use a needle to bury the flange inside the sclera, as you can observe here, to bury this flange. And so I like to use a simple dexamethasone in the conjunctiva to close this conjunctiva, as you can observe, okay? So large flange you can bury with this technique too. Observe, you use a needle to enlarge the flange. Observe, I'm using a simple insulin needle, 27 gauge needle, and I'm enlarge the tunnel, okay? Enlarge the tunnel, and so after to enlarge the tunnel, it's easy to bury this flange now inside the sclera, as you can observe. And so to solving CTS tilt, as you discussed, you have this.
Pulling out through the incision. We're going to leave it in a loop. This is kind of interesting. This is one of the modifications to the Canabrava technique, where you just apply the heat to the loop, and you get this really cool 90-degree angle, which is much better suited for placement in the capsular tension segment because it's got that 90-degree turn. And this helps keep the capsular tension segment from rotating. Now we're going to make a large flange, as we were taught by Canabrava, and that secures the Prolene to the middle eyelet of the capsular tension segment. We're going to just place this in the eye with a combination of forceps and a hook. And now this is one of the funnest things in ophthalmology, when you pull on the other end of that suture, and you can see that little eyelet and the flange there, just pulling it in so nicely. And this flange here tucks nicely into our little groove, and it's covered nicely by sclera from the groove, and it gives nice, and there's nice tension from the capsular tension segment. Now we're placing a single piece acrylic lens here, and it's fairly stable. Really, it doesn't jiggle that much. There doesn't appear to be very much pseudophagogenesis at this time, or also post-operatively. You can see how nicely centered the lens is and good position. Well, this is Tom at the University of Iowa. Thank you very much.
So you can use too this new angled CTS developed with Madhu from India. This angled CTS reduce the tilt in comparison with the flat CTS. And so the final solving complication here is sometimes you see the loop of the Prolene go inside the eye, and so I will show you how to solve it, but it's really important. The rule is posterior pars plana vitrectomy performed. You never do the technique and the movement that I will show you in the next slide if there is no posterior pars plana vitrectomy performed. Observe here, you go first to remove this Prolene, okay, that the paste through the sclera, okay. I cut it outside of the eye before, and so go between the two flanged. If you can see the two flanged here. And so you go and levitate the IOL, okay, with a simple needle, and paste this IOL to the anterior chamber, and so just to repeat. But remember, this maneuver is allowed only if you have a posterior planar vitrectomy. Never do it if there is vitro in the posterior segment. So go here, and so create the tunnel, and so we will repeat the loop, and so the IOL will be in a good position. So this maneuver is a good maneuver when the loop is skipped to the anterior, skip to the inside the eye. Observe. And so repeat the second maneuver. And so paste, create the loop, and so create the flange number 3, flange number 4, bury it inside the sclera, and done, it's safe. So can I share the screen, Eric? And let's go to the final. Oscar, are you here with me?
Yes, Dr. Sergio, I'm here.
Oscar, let's see the controversial. What's the controversial? We did not find any long-term studies, okay? Piercing IOL with insulin needle, okay? Please show piercing IOL with insulin needle. Multifocal IOL, as Dr. Abella showed, is need to be pay attention in this kind of use of the techniques. And intracorneal flanged, there is no long-term studies that I find. If anybody here that watching this summit, please send us this kind of long-term. There is only case report. Here, Dr. Mehmet Eccles that published this piercing IOL with needle. Observe. He performed with a needle. As I discussed with him, you need to have attention because the size of the flanged or the position of the hole is a really important point to pay attention in this case. Here, just to see, seems to the Durval and Michelet technique, but with a needle, and sometimes the needle can break the hole in the haptic. Here, let's see. And so here they are in the right position. And so this kind of technique needs more long-term follow-up. Oscar, any comments?
Yes, Dr. Sergio, I think that we can say that we have completely known of a technique when we know how to solve the complications. As you shown, all your experience 7 years after the first publication, you can tell us, like in the complication part, all on how to solve it. And I think that this kind of techniques, as you said, needs more study, and we need to be careful because optic amputation or late internalization of the IOL may happen. I mean, we need to wait we need to wait until Marcus make more studies.
Yes, please. Can add Marcos and Lucas to finish this summit. I will show only miscellaneous, okay? This first one is this video from Dr. Sandelins, the clamp. Let me show.
We have fallen in love with Canabrava's flange techniques and use them as method of first choice for many cases. However, we have encountered some problems that may be more prominent, especially in the beginning, while learning the technique, or if you use the method only occasionally. It may be difficult to estimate centration under a small pupil when both hands are engaged. It may be stressful if you hold the fiber under tension, especially in less cooperative patients. Our goal was to produce clamps with small height and easy handling, even with small dimensions. By simplifying and deleting all the friction surfaces in the clamp, we reached two definitive designs. Pressing the circumferential loop opens the jaws. When release the jaws clamp and hold the fiber. A closed design was initially chosen for the clinical trials. The new tool is made from nitinol because of its high flexibility and heat resistance. Artificial model was used to verify the holding capacity of real forceps. During the surgery, you can even measure the length of the cut filament. Due to the fixation of the filament with the clamp, both hands are free. In the four-flange technique, we first implant the ESCRS adapt into the anterior chamber. The tunnels are created with thin-walled needles. One end of the thread on each side is flanged, and the flange is plunged. The clamps are fitted to the other end of the filament, and the lens is centered by pulling and releasing. The fiber is cut to the required length, dried, and flanged with a cauter. The clamps are then removed, and the flanges are plunged under the conjunctiva. A navigation system can be used to center the lens. Here, its use is instructive but a little redundant. It may be more useful with small pupils. After drying, the flanges are formed and the clamps removed. We have shown that in less cooperative patients, it can be difficult to adjust the filaments correctly with tweezers. However, the threads are held securely and reliably by the...
Folks, any comment about this clamp?
I have never tried it, but I would like to. It looks very comfortable. I'm not sure if it is single used or you can use multiple times them, but they looks very nice, especially in those patients that are uncooperative.
I think it's like you showed it already at the World Cataract Day last December, I think what is really nice, what you can do with it, you can perfectly titrate the tension on both sides. So you can adjust simultaneously the tension on both sides. That's something really nice because then you make, and I think it's even thinner than a forceps, so there is less space between the flange and the conjunctiva and sclera, so you can work maybe even more precise than with using forcepses. And you don't need an assistant. You put this on, you can dry the conjunctiva for yourself. I think it's very nice. I would like to try it as well.
So next one is this video from Dr. Mark Serarli. Let me show the video.
With a nasally subluxated intraocular lens implant. Preoperative visual acuity was 20/70, pinhole 20/40. Iris hooks were placed to improve visualization, and our homemade snare device was created by threading both ends of a 6/0 Prolene through a 25-gauge hypodermic needle. The suture is fed through the needle until a 1 to 2 millimeter loop of Prolene is exiting the tip of the needle. A syringe is then screwed onto the needle hub to lock the snare loop within the lumen of the hypodermic needle. The needle carrying the snare is then inserted through the sclera 3 millimeters posterior to the limbus. A Sinskey hook was used to guide the haptic into the Prolene loop of our IOL snare. With the haptic in the snare loop, the needle can then be externalized. The tips of the suture are trimmed and cauterized with high temp cautery. A pars plana vitrectomy was then performed and a posterior vitreous detachment was induced. Scleral depression was performed and there was no evidence of peripheral pathology. The iris hooks were removed and the viscoelastic agent was irrigated out of the anterior chamber. At the termination of the case, the IOL appeared well-centered. At the patient's postoperative week 1 visit, the vision had improved to 20/25, pinhole 20/20, and the IOL appeared well-centered.
Oscar, any comments?
Yes, Dr. Sergio, it's a really, really good way to kind of improve the technique of Dr. Maccabi. But well, as we said before in controversial, I don't know about long-term stability of that loop. I think, in my opinion, I would prefer to do any other of the techniques that we described today. I don't know, what do you think?
Yes, Marcos, Lucas.
I think, I mean, it always depends on the situation. If there is a lot, or what's about the capsular bag? Is there a lot of Sommer's ring? All those things. I think it's rarely that the haptic is so freely. Usually the haptic in a dislocated lens is packed within the capsular bag and you can't free it so easily. And sometimes it's, I think, as Oscar said, easier to cut it in half, remove it, put in a new lens. I would also prefer removing the lens and putting in a new one, if it's cuttable.
And to close our 4 hours summit, just to show Dr. Amon forceps, is amazing forceps that Dr. Amon developed to the Yaman technique and to the flanged Prolene. It's like a needle, and there is a forceps that hold the Prolene. So, Eric, can you unshare the screen and final questions? I don't know if you have final questions here. Thiago, any final questions about this?
Not yet. If you guys have questions, this is the time. Okay, so if you don't, I'd like to thank everybody who's been here today for all of those 4 hours that we've been on this live. I'd like to thank Dr. Sergio Canabrava, Oscar Cervantes, Marcus Schranz, and Lucas Schemekis for their presence. If you guys have any final thoughts, I would like to know what you guys took out of this summit today. What do you think was important?
Thiago, just to remember, December 4, the Cataract Day. Again, the best of the year in about 2025 is every year. And December 4, we'll have again the event. So put in your agenda, Cataract Day 2025, the best of the year, the best of 2025. For me, it's closed, it's done.
Okay. You guys have any final thoughts?
I think this summit was a great experience, great to have better knowledge at flange techniques. And I think for those surgeons who haven't tried, or for those who has not really good experience, so I think this summit will be beneficial.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I can't remember a meeting with 4 hours or 4 flanges, so I think that this will be the most complete summary. I mean, it's exciting to be here. Thank you so much to everyone, and I hope to see you soon, Dr. Sergio, Marcus, Lucas, and Thiago.
Yes. I also want to thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye.